Chapter 758. Thank you so much. Kai Song-yin grabbed Gu Yenran's hand and was indescribably grateful. Miss Gu, you're the best. She couldn't help but cry. Gu Yenran patted her back gently with a comforting and virtuous expression. Tan Dongbang sat across from them with a smile and thought the scene was strangely harmonious. Kai Song-yin felt much better after crying for a while. Tan Dongbang walked over and took her hand to stand up. He said gently, "Go wash your face in the bathroom and take a shower. You look so haggard." Kai Song-yin nodded quickly. "I'll go clean up." Tan Dongbang walked her to the bathroom door, and Kai Song-yin reminded him quietly, the imitation jewelry incident isn't actually that serious. The most important thing is the embezzlement of campaign funds. Lawyer Jean said that's the main issue. I understand. I'll ask Gu Yenran later. Tan Dongbang gave her a look. Kai Song-yin had been married to him for many years, so she immediately understood what he meant. The main issue with embezzlement of campaign funds was the deficit. The $260,000 spent on the gown was only the tip of the iceberg. A large portion of the funds went into their own pockets. If the Procuratorate did not let go of this matter and wanted to thoroughly investigate their campaign finance, then most of their assets would be lost. Kai Song-yin went to the bathroom to wash up, and Tan Dongbang invited Gu Yenran to sit in the small living room. The room was covered with thick gold velvet curtains during the day, and a pear blossom chandelier was on. Gu Yenran sat under the pear blossom chandelier. She was quiet and beautiful like a blooming pear blossom. Tan Dongbang's eyes flashed with amazement. Composing himself, he picked up a document Jean Wani had left behind and smiled. "Miss Gu, my wife and I are very grateful for your help. Since you were thinking for us, we won't treat you as an outsider. This is something our lawyer left behind. Take a look and see where we should start." Gu Yenran smiled and couldn't help feeling a little proud. She had finally broken into the highest circles of the Hua Xia Empire, and all of this wasn't because of Gu Nianji. It was because of herself and Gu Yenran. She sat on the chaise longue with her chin slightly raised. Her skin was as white as jade under the pear blossom chandelier. She accepted the document from Tan Dongbang with a smile and read it carefully. Time ticked by. Gu Yenran's expression didn't change at all, but her heart was in turmoil. The lawyer's document made it very clear that the crux of this case was the embezzlement of campaign funds. As for the last two cases, whether it was the jewelry infringement or the suspected stolen jewelry, they were not within the jurisdiction of the Huaxia Empire. Even if they were, their importance could not be compared to the embezzlement of campaign funds. So Tan Dongbang was showing this to her because he wanted her to help with the embezzlement of campaign funds. If they were to put in the effort, it would not be something that could be settled with $1 million. Gu Yenran fell silent. It wasn't impossible for her to spend all her capital, but it depended on whether the profits exceeded her capital. She was a businesswoman by nature. She could do a business that would cost her life, but she would never do a business that would cost her money. However, political investment was another matter. Profits and losses could not be judged by the numbers on the books. Prime Minister Tan, these are legal documents. To be honest, I'm not very familiar with them. Gu Yenran made up her mind and slowly closed the document. As expected, she saw a trace of disappointment appear in Tan Dongbang's eyes. She held the document in her hand and said, "If it's possible, I would like to take this document back and show it to my legal advisor. What do you think?" Tan Dongbang had thought Gu Yenran was unwilling to help and was a bit disappointed. However, seeing that she was only being cautious, he was happy again. He looked at her and nodded with a smile. "Okay, of course you can take it back and look at it as long as you want. This is only a copy." "Okay, no problem." Gu Yenran stood up and shook Tan Dongbang's hand in farewell. "Then I'll go back first. When Mrs. Tan comes out, please say goodbye for me. You're too polite. Songyin already treats you as her best friend, so there's no need to be so formal. Tan Dongbang already treated Gu Yanran as one of his own. After all, everyone liked the god of wealth. Gu Yanran returned to her apartment with the legal document. Propping her head on her hand, she leaned back in the chaise lounge and thought for a long time. It wasn't that she didn't understand the legal document, but what she said to Tan Dongbang just now was just an excuse to delay. She had to think carefully about how she could contribute to the case in order to maximize her own benefits. She wasn't an idiotic saint, and she definitely wouldn't be selfless in helping others. However, she didn't have much peace and quiet before her intercom rang. Gu Yanran answered the intercom and asked, "What is it?" It was the security guard at the precinct. "Miss Gu, the Prime Minister's daughter, Miss Tan, is here to visit." Gu Yanran froze. Tan Guiran. That's right. The security guard couldn't help but look Tan Guiran up and down as he spoke. She was so beautiful, even more beautiful than on TV. Okay, let her in. Gu Yanran got up and went to the bedroom to change. When Tan Guiran came to her door and rang the doorbell, Gu Yanran was already waiting in the living room. She opened the door and smiled at Tan Guiran. Extending her arms, she said, "Miss Tan, your presence brings light to my humble abode." Tan Guiran smiled at her and also extended her arms. The two of them hugged and touched each other's cheeks to perform a Western greeting. However, after entering, Tan Guiran knelt down in front of Gu Yanran and performed a Western greeting. Gu Yanran was shocked and quickly helped Tan Guiran up. "Miss Tan, what are you doing?" Tan Guiran's eyes quickly filled with tears. She sobbed and said to Gu Yanran, "Miss Gu, I came to beg you without telling my mommy and daddy. I'm begging you, please save my mommy." She found out from Tan Dongbang that Gu Yanran had helped them settle the counterfeit jewelry case, but Gu Yanran refused to help with the embezzlement of campaign funds. Now that everyone was in danger, their relatives and friends were all watching and unwilling to help. Gu Yanran was the only one who volunteered to help. Tan Guiran secretly came to find her, hoping to convince her to agree to help her family get through this difficult time. Although she didn't know much about the world, she knew how her father, the Prime Minister, would be affected if her mother went to jail. Gu Yanran didn't say a word and waited for Tan Guiran to finish crying before handing her a glass of milk. "Sit down and drink." Tan Guiran accepted it with both hands and said hopefully, "Miss Gu, you're so nice and capable. You'll definitely help my mommy, right?" Gu Yanran sat beside her with a smile and patted her head. "Miss Tan, you're so adorable. I've always wanted a sister like you since I was young." She didn't have to be too smart. People who were too smart were annoying. "Miss Gu, you flatter me." Tan Guiran smiled shyly. "If you're willing, I can call you sister." "Oh, that's not necessary. I have a younger sister, so she won't be happy if you call me sister." Gu Yanran spoke meaningfully as she stood up and walked to the window to look at the blue sky and white clouds outside. She was still making the final decision in her mind. If she helped, she would definitely want more in return. Gu Yanran narrowed her eyes and turned to look at Tan Guiran. "Miss Tan, are you willing to save your mommy at all costs?" "Yes, what do you want?" "My daddy will agree." "I'll do whatever you want me to do," Tan Guiran said urgently. Tan Guiran said urgently. Her eyes were still red and slightly swollen. It was obvious how much she had cried these past few days. Gu Yanran patted her shoulder. "Miss Tan, I hope you remember what you said today. Will you swear an oath?" Tan Guiran nodded and raised her right hand. "I, Tan Guiran, swear today that if Miss Gu Yanran can save my mommy, daddy and I are willing to do anything for you." You don't have to do anything. Just remember what I've done and don't burn bridges or complain about it in the future," Gu Yenran said meaningfully as she draped an arm over Tan Guiren's shoulder. That arm was very cold. Tan Guiren couldn't help but shiver. However, she still looked at her expectantly, hoping to see an affirmative answer from her face. Gu Yenran finally nodded. Okay, I'll try. However, I can't guarantee that your mommy will be fine. I can only promise that this incident will not involve your daddy. That was good. Tan Guiren thought about it. What she didn't want the most was for this incident to involve her daddy. As long as daddy was fine, even if something happened to mommy, it wouldn't be a big deal. Okay, thank you, Miss Gu. Tan Guiren bowed sincerely to Gu Yenran. After she left, Gu Yenran picked up the phone and called Tan Dongbang. Prime Minister Tan, Miss Tan just left my place. Tan Dongbang was very surprised. Little darling. Why did she go to your place? Miss Tan was very worried about Mrs. Tan's safety and specifically came to beg me. However, my abilities are limited. I told her that I can only guarantee that this incident won't involve you, Prime Minister Tan, but I can't guarantee that Mrs. Tan can escape unscathed. Prime Minister Tan, what do you think? It was the third update. Today was the last day of April. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes. Don't worry, if there are more votes, I will continue to repay the debt and update in May. Tomorrow's update will be released at around 12:15 a.m., so it should be around the fourth update. I hope you can also cast your guaranteed monthly votes for the Major General in May. There were so many updates this month because they were motivated by the monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 759. Ha! How could this be? Tan Dongbang's brows furrowed. Miss Gu, is there really no other way? My wife and I grew up together, and we've been in harmony for so many years. I can't let anything happen to her. Prime Minister Tan, you're so loyal. Mrs. Tan must have saved the entire planet in her past life for her to marry you. It was rare for Gu Yenran to have a sense of humor. Tan Dongbang admired this trait of hers very much. Miss Gu, you're too kind. We're husband and wife, so if anything happens to her, it'll happen to me. Therefore, I hope Miss Gu can understand. Tan Dongbang lowered his voice to persuade Gu Yenran. Of course, he could see further than Gu Yenran. Disregarding how much Kai Songyin had helped him, what status the Kais had, or how many years of love they'd shared, Kai Songyin was the wife of the Prime Minister. If there was a problem with the campaign funds, he couldn't let anything happen to her. Because this was closely related to him, there was no such thing as saving one person but not the other. If Kai Songyin had a problem with the campaign funds, he wouldn't be able to escape as the Prime Minister either. They would be bound together for good or bad. Gu Yenran's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself that this Prime Minister Tan was quite capable. She originally only wanted to cling to the rich and powerful, but Tan Dongbang's refusal to abandon his wife made her look at him in a different light. An indescribable feeling rose in her heart. Why were all these men who were loyal to their wives and girlfriends the men of other families? After a moment of silence, Gu Yenran slowly said, Prime Minister Tan has a point. I'll think about it. Right, I saw the documents left behind by the lawyer, and I also want to see the financial accounts for your campaign team. Is it convenient for me to see them? Tan Dongbang froze. Those documents were confidential, so he'd made Kai Songyin the campaign team's financial manager. He only trusted his woman. Even lawyer Jean hadn't seen the entire account. If you're not willing to let me see even this, then I really can't help. I think you understand that even if you want to transfer funds, it won't be something that can be done in a short amount of time, Gu Yenran said and hung up politely. Think about it carefully. If you can't think of any other way, come back to me. Gu Yenran politely hung up the phone. Tan Dongbang was silent for a long time after he put down the phone. That night, he told Kai Song-yin about Gu Yenran's request. Of course, he didn't mention that Gu Yenran had said she could only save one person. That kind of thing would only cause Kai Song-yin to feel estranged from Gu Yenran. Tan Dongbang actually didn't want the two of them to become enemies at all. He only hoped that they could be harmonious sisters. Kai Song-yin also refused to let Gu Yenran see the entire account. She pondered for a moment and said, "I'll take care of the accounts. Just give her a number and let her help raise the money." "That works too." "Of course." Kai Song-yin rolled her eyes at Tan Dongbang. "She's helping us like this because she really has too much money to burn. To you and me, isn't this as easy as lifting a finger? So, whatever request she makes, just agree to it. Promises aren't worth much anyway. As long as she transfers the money to our campaign team's account, this matter will be over." Tan Dongbang thought about it carefully. It seemed like that was the only way. However, he still felt a bit uncomfortable when he thought about how his wife put profit above everything else. He had a feeling that Gu Yenran wasn't helping them completely for the sake of profit. He had a feeling that the way she looked at him contained something else. "Okay, I'll go talk to her and ask Lawyer Jean to see how we should proceed with this." As Tan Dongbang spoke, he adjusted Kai Song-yin's blankets. "Go to sleep. I still have some work to do." Kai Song-yin sighed in relief and kissed Tan Dongbang's cheek before falling asleep. The past few days had been too tiring for her. She really couldn't take it anymore. However, when she found out who was trying to harm her, she definitely wouldn't let them get away with it. The next day, Jean Wani went to Tan Dongbang's official residence to ask him about the case. "Mr. Prime Minister, how would you like to defend Madam?" Tan Dongbang laid out his problems one by one. "First of all, about the evening gown. Do you have a way to cover up this matter?" "Evening gown? Oh, that's easier. You just have to return the evening gown to the campaign team and say that it was rented from the supplies purchased by the team. You can pay the market price for the gown." Jean Wani began to give them ideas. "But the news once said that my wife bought the gown with her own money. What should we do?" Tan Dongbang was a bit greedy. He wanted Kai Song-yin to be exonerated from the case without damaging their family's reputation. Jean Wani sighed and spread her hands helplessly. "Mr. Prime Minister, that's not how things are calculated. Right now, you need to solve the legal issue. As for the press release, it can be false flattery and doesn't involve legal issues. It's just a moral issue, so you have to be more open-minded." In other words, the press release's shameless boasting would forever be there. For the first time, Tan Dongbang felt resentment towards Kai Song-yin. If she hadn't gone crazy and insisted on changing their persona, they wouldn't have been so passive. They wouldn't have been able to catch a tiny loophole and try to drag him down. But he didn't consider that if Kai Song-yin hadn't created a persona for their family, how could he have stood out from so many candidates and been remembered by the public? How could he have been elected president as a dark horse? This kind of thing was a double-edged sword. They couldn't just enjoy the benefits of one aspect and ignore the side effects. As an outsider, Jean Wani could clearly see that Tan Dongbang was a bit stubborn. However, he still perked up and discussed some details with Jean Wani before ending the day's meeting. When Gu Yenran called him that night to ask about him out of concern, Tan Dongbang couldn't help but complain to her, "Seriously, even if I can be exonerated now, my reputation will be ruined. How can I run for re-election in the future?" Gu Yenran quickly asked, "What is it?" "What did the lawyer say?" Tan Dongbang told her what Jean Wani had said. Gu Yenran played right into his hands and quickly said, "Prime Minister Tan, please be more open-minded. I think Lawyer Jean is right. Although it's bad for reputation, the public's memory is the shortest. As long as your wife's case is fine and there's a new hot topic in a few days, everyone will forget about the press release." Tan Dongbang thought to himself that the public's memory was short-lived, but his opponent would never. If he were his own opponent, he would also not let go of this point and wait for an opportunity to use it to damage his reputation in the future. However, he had no choice now. Even a professional lawyer said that, so he could only accept it. Prime Minister Tan, don't worry. Your positive assets are too strong, so even if Mrs. Tan becomes a negative asset, your positive assets can pull her back up. Gu Yanran chuckled. Her voice was like a hook that reached into the phone and hooked into Tan Dongbang's heart through the electromagnetic waves. Miss Gu, you're too good with words. Tan Dongbang felt sweet hearing it. You can just call me Yanran. Always saying Miss Gu is too formal. Okay, Yanran. Tan Dongbang slowly said the name like he was chewing on an olive, and the aftertaste was endless. Gu Yanran ended the call with Tan Dongbang and mulled it over in her room before finally calling Gu Nianji. It had been a week since Gu Nianji returned from Germany, but Gu Yanran still hadn't found a chance to talk to her. This time, Gu Nianji finally picked up. Yi Xian was the one who had helped her get this number. Gu Nianji's previous number had already been disconnected. Nianji, you're finally back. How are you? Gu Yanran asked gently as if she was very concerned. Gu Nianji was very depressed. She didn't want to talk to Gu Yanran, but when she wanted to decline again today, her finger accidentally slipped to accept, so she had no choice but to pick up. I'm fine. Gu Nianji looked at her thick reference book. Do you need something? Nothing. It was your birthday 2 days ago, and I originally wanted to throw a birthday party for you, but unfortunately, it was the Prime Minister's inauguration. The Prime Minister and Mrs. Prime Minister invited me so warmly that I couldn't refuse, so I went. I didn't have time to celebrate your birthday, so don't blame me. This was the first night watch in May. Flipping back, there was the second night watch. Today was the fourth night watch. Please keep the monthly vote. P.S. Thank you to Meow Little Meow for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 760. Gu Yanran's voice was low as she apologized to Gu Nianji gently. Gu Nianji's lips twitched. It's okay. I had a great birthday. She paused before asking Gu Yanran, have you been to see father recently? How is he? Don't you know how father is? Gu Yanran said tactfully. He's in your boyfriend's sphere of influence, I don't know. I broke up with Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji was getting impatient. If there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up. I still have a lot of homework to do. If Gu Yanran didn't care about her biological father, then Gu Nianji didn't think she needed to be a busybody. After Gu Nianji hung up, Gu Yanran held the phone and looked at the scenery outside the window. She slowly smiled. How nice, Gu Nianji broke up with Hua Xiaoheng. This was reasonable. Gu Nianji had experienced that kind of kidnapping, so she didn't believe any man could take it. Hua Xiaoheng was no exception. Her biggest support was probably gone, right? Gu Yanran truly sighed in relief. After that, Gu Yanran interacted with Tan Dongbang even more frequently. Tan Dongbang even gave Gu Yanran a position as a personal assistant in the Prime Minister's office so she could openly enter and exit the Prime Minister's official residence. Gu Yanran purposely befriended her, and even Tan Guiran became close friends with her. As for Kai Songyin, under the advice of her legal team and aides, she lived in seclusion and didn't show her face to avoid the public's continued attention on this matter. Because of this, she moved out of the Prime Minister's official residence and returned to the Tan's old house to live alone. After enduring like this for half a month, the trial of the First Lady's embezzlement of campaign funds was finally about to begin. Sister Gu, today is Friday. My mommy's trial will begin next Monday. I have to go back to accompany my mommy. Sister Gu, do you want to go back with me? Tan Guiran looked at Gu Yanran eagerly and hoped she would go with her. She heard that Kai Songin's temper had been very bad recently, so Tan Guiran felt that Gu Yanran was especially good with words. She would definitely be able to make her mommy happy. Little darling, I've been very busy lately. The Prime Minister has a few meetings on the weekends, so I can't leave. Gu Yanran rejected her tactfully and said, actually, the person Mrs. Tan cares about the most is you. As long as you accompany your mommy will be very happy. Really? Tan Guiran sighed. She was in low spirits. She always felt that the person her mommy wanted to see the most was Daddy, but Daddy always said that he was busy. In the past half a month, he hadn't seen her mommy even once. Tan Guiran thought about it and went to find Tan Dongbang. Daddy, are you free this weekend? Mommy will be in court next Monday. Do you want to take some time to accompany mommy? Good girl, as long as your mommy sees you, she will be happy. You should bring Daddy to accompany your mommy more. Daddy is very busy and has a few meetings this weekend that can't be pushed back. Tan Dongbang's excuse was the exact same as Gu Yanran's. Tan Guiran pouted. She had no choice but to go to the Tan's old house alone to accompany Kai Songyin. Kai Songyin had lost a lot of weight in the past 2 weeks. After experiencing the drastic change in the world, she was no longer as arrogant as before. She waited at the door for a long time and only saw Tan Guiran arrive alone. Kai Songyin almost didn't hide the disappointment on her face, so Tan Guiran saw it clearly. Kai Songyin also felt sad, but she didn't know how to comfort her. She only grabbed her hand and murmured, "Mommy, are you better?" "Mommy is fine. Little darling, you've lost weight." Kai Songyin snapped back to reality and grabbed Tan Guiran's hand to enter the house. "What do you want to eat?" "Mommy will make it for you." "Sure, I want to eat meat floss egg rolls." "Mommy, can you make it for me?" Tan Guiran shook Kai Songyin's hand coquettishly. The truth was, she didn't really like meat floss egg rolls, but it took a long time to make them and consumed a lot of energy. That way, Kai Songyin wouldn't keep thinking about unhappy things. Kai Songyin understood her intentions and lovingly caressed her face. "Okay, Mommy will make meat floss egg rolls for you." While Tan Guiran and Kai Songyin were making meat floss egg rolls in the kitchen, Tan Dongbang and Gu Yanran were both in riding gear and racing on the East Mountain in the suburbs of the imperial capital. "Mr. Prime Minister, what are your thoughts on Monday's case?" A reporter had somehow snuck into the heavily guarded East Mountain racetrack and was holding up his phone to interview him. Tan Dongbang was shocked and jerked on the reins. The horse raised its front hooves high and almost stood up straight. The reporter dodged quickly to avoid the horse's hooves and came back from the side. He raised his phone and asked loudly, "Prime Minister Tan, what are your thoughts on Madam's case on Monday?" "Who are you? How can you trespass on the East Mountain racetrack? Where are the security guards? The Secret Service? Where the hell are they?" Gu Yanran saw the situation and quickly urged the horse forward to cover Tan Dongbang as he ran back. The reporter saw Gu Yanran and recognized her as the new Prime Minister's personal assistant. He quickly raised his phone to her. "Miss Gu, do you know what the Prime Minister thinks about Monday's case?" The Prime Minister didn't accompany Madam at this time and came to the East Mountain racetrack instead. Does this mean that the Prime Minister is confident about this case? Or is the rumored breakdown in the relationship between the Prime Minister and Madam Prime Minister? Gu Yanran froze and thought to herself that this reporter was so sharp. How did he get in here? With a serious expression, Gu Yanran reined in her horse and raised her eyebrows. "This is the Prime Minister's horse racetrack. I'm warning you to leave quickly. Otherwise, when the security guards and Secret Service arrive, they will treat you as obstructing public safety." However, this reporter clearly had a backer if he was able to trespass in the heavily guarded area. Naturally, he wasn't intimidated by her words. Instead, he immediately took a picture with his phone and said, "Miss Gu is so imposing." However, what you said was Prime Minister Tan's will and your own will. Gu Yanran was just about to say, "My will is the Prime Minister's will," but she immediately realized it wasn't appropriate. She had almost been tricked by this reporter. She hid her anger and smiled. "Don't be angry. I'm thinking about your safety. If you don't want to leave, that's up to you. There's a lounge over there. Would you like to rest there, drink some water, and have some snacks? My apologies for not being a good host." Gu Yanran's sudden change in attitude made it difficult for the reporter to continue. He could only turn off his phone angrily and say, "Fine. I wish Miss Gu and Prime Minister Tan a happy weekend." After the reporter returned, this scene was immediately shown on TV. Tan Guiren and Kai Song-yin were in the kitchen making meat floss egg rolls as they chatted. The wall-mounted TV on the wall was turned on as usual. It was only to add some liveliness to the large, empty house. They didn't expect to see Tan Dongbang and Gu Yanran on TV all of a sudden. "I've had enough of this. This is their weekend meeting." Kai Song-yin suddenly threw the dough on the floor. "Do they think I'm an idiot?" She angrily picked up her phone and dialed Tan Dongbang's number. It rang for a long time before someone picked up. "Hello, who are you looking for?" The gentle voice and slow tone was Gu Yanran's voice. Kai Song-yin felt a wave of anger rush to her head. She blurted out, "Why are you holding Dongbang's phone? Put him on the phone." Gu Yanran smiled and handed the phone to Tan Dongbang. "Your wife is calling." She sat behind Tan Dongbang and continued massaging him. Tan Dongbang took the phone and called out with a smile, "Song-yin, what is it? Is something wrong? What is it? How dare you ask me?" Kai Song-yin was furious. "Didn't you want to have a meeting? Why did you go to the Dongshan horse race? Why was Gu Yanran able to use your phone?" "Song-yin, don't panic. It's not gentlemanly at all to yell and scream. You really need to learn from Yanran when it comes to this. She has such a good temper and has never lost her temper in front of anyone." Tan Dongbang said leisurely, "Also, she's my personal assistant, so of course she's in charge of my phone." Kai Song-yin almost vomited blood at Tan Dongbang's words. She was so angry that she wanted to lose her temper again, but Tan Dongbang continued, "You're going to court next Monday. You can't act like this. You need to control your emotions. No matter how others provoke you, don't fall for their tricks. Did you watch TV today? Someone is purposely targeting me. Don't you believe me?" Kai Song-yin finally calmed down after he said that. "Really? You're really doing this for my own good?" "Of course. Yanran is also doing this for your own good. She said she wants to give you some resistance experiments so you won't be provoked in court." Tan Dongbang hung up after he finished speaking. It was the second night watch in May. It was an extra night watch for the 50,000 yuan that Heaven's Beggars had rewarded in April. Flipping back, there was still the third night watch. Today was the fourth night watch. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 761. Tan Dongbang wiped his face and felt that Kai Song-yin's temper was getting worse and more unreasonable. In the past, they could still talk, but now she was overly suspicious. He leaned back and happened to lean into Gu Yanran's arms. Gu Yanran sat behind him with a chiffon draped over her. Her hands were just right and gave him a very comfortable massage. The faint fragrance from her shower soon made Tan Dongbang drowsy. It was also that Friday afternoon that Machichi packed her things and was going home for the weekend. "Nianji, do you want to go back with me? My parents really like you." Machichi invited her warmly. Gu Nianji was a bit tempted. She really liked how Machichi's mother felt, but after thinking about it, it wasn't good to always go to someone else's house. Especially since she had just been there not long ago. She couldn't really do that just because someone told her to. Gu Nianji thought about it and said, I also like uncle and auntie a lot, but I still have a few reports to do this week. Maybe next time. Ma Qiqi also knew that Gu Nianji was anxious to graduate early and had taken many classes and still had to do her thesis. She expressed her understanding and put both hands on her shoulders. Smiling, she said, Okay, is it okay for you to stay here alone? Do you need someone to keep you company? It's really fine. I don't have time. What company? Do you want to study with me? Gu Nianji refused with a smile. Hurry up and go. Isn't your father coming to pick you up? Ma Qiqi nodded. My father's car is already downstairs. I'll go now. Go, go. Don't be so clingy. I'm not your boyfriend, so you don't have to be so attached. Gu Nianji teased and pushed Ma Qiqi out. Gu Nianji didn't want to go anywhere and stayed at school to study hard. Ma Qiqi went home for the weekend, so Gu Nianji stayed in the dorm alone. He Zhichu called and asked, Nianji, do you have plans for the weekend? Yes, I have 3 reports to write and just started my graduation thesis. I'll be thankful if I don't have to stay up late on the weekend. Gu Nianji smiled as she opened her room door to go to the living room to turn off the TV. Ma Qiqi forgot to turn off the TV when she left. As soon as she picked up the remote control, she saw Gu Yanran appear on the television. She was wearing a snow-white riding outfit and riding on a red horse. She was talking to the reporters. Gu Nianji was shocked to discover that Gu Yanran had become the Prime Minister's personal assistant in just a few days. Nianji, why aren't you talking? He Zhichu asked with concern when he heard the sudden silence on the other end of the line. Gu Nianji stared at the TV and said, Professor He, turn on the TV and watch the news. He Zhichu was standing in front of the window. When he heard this, he turned around and walked to the coffee table with the remote control. He bent down to pick it up and turned on the TV. In the news station, Gu Yanran's image was still on the screen, and the reporters were still talking to the anchor. Next Monday is the First Lady's first court hearing, but the Prime Minister doesn't seem to be worried at all. He's still leisurely racing with his personal assistant at Dongshan Racecourse. This could also mean that the Prime Minister was confident about Monday's case. Or has the Prime Minister given up? I don't think he'll give up. Everyone knows that although the Prime Minister's wife is the one appearing in court, the Prime Minister can't just stay out of this. The anchor and the reporters started discussing the matter. However, Gu Nianji's focus had already changed. She looked at the TV screen coldly and asked He Zhichu, Professor He, please say something. What is the relationship between Gu Yanran and me? At the critical moment when she was kidnapped in Germany, Gu Yanran suddenly revealed that she wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. It had been 3 to 4 weeks since her return, and Gu Yanran had only called once to tell her that she was fine and that she had broken up with Hu Xiaoheng. After that, she hadn't contacted her again. Compared to Gu Yanran's attentive attitude before she went to Germany, it was like a completely different person. Gu Nianji didn't know if other sisters interacted with each other in the same way. Although she wasn't Gu Yanran's biological daughter, they had grown up together. Kinship was something that developed over time. However, looking at Gu Yanran's attitude toward her, could it be that Gu Yanran had also lost her memory? He Zhichu was also watching the TV. He was amazed by Gu Yanran's exuberance. It was like the seeds of weeds. Even if they were stuffed under a rock, they would still germinate. He Zhichu would still admire this kind of all-pervasive spirit if it was only for the sake of self-improvement. But the prerequisite was that you couldn't sacrifice other people's interests to achieve your own goals. He Zhichu thought about it for a while and said, just like you, Gu Yanran is Gu Xiangwen's daughter. However, if you don't like her, then just ignore her. What's the point of fighting with someone like that? I'm not fighting with her. I just find her annoying. I'm hanging up now. I still have a report to write. Gu Nianji hung up and ignored He Jichu. He Jichu slowly put down his phone and clenched his fists. His expression was dark. Gu Yanran was jumping up and down so hard. He could only hope that she still had a shred of rationality left. If she wanted to use her relationship with the Prime Minister to step on Gu Nianji, then she couldn't blame him for being merciless. On Monday, Gu Nianji originally had classes in the morning. However, in order to watch the live broadcast of the trial, she applied for leave and skipped class. She was alone in the dormitory, scrolling through her phone. This time, because it involved the First Lady, the trial couldn't be recorded. There was no video, only a text broadcast. Gu Nianji read line by line. When she saw Jin Wani's defense of the First Lady, Kai Song-yin, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. What was Jin Wani trying to do with this kind of defense? The defense displayed on the phone was like this: Your Honorable Judge, according to Article 250 of our country's election law, the crime of misappropriation of campaign funds refers to a campaign team member taking advantage of his position to misappropriate campaign funds for personal use to carry out illegal activities, or misappropriating a large amount of campaign funds to carry out profit-making activities, or misappropriating a large amount of campaign funds and failing to return it. After 3 months. This is the crime of misappropriation of campaign funds. We can see that the precondition for the crime of misappropriation of campaign funds is that the misappropriation of campaign funds is for personal use. According to the evidence, although the defendant, Kai Song-yin, misappropriated campaign funds, she returned it to the campaign account within 3 months. There are bank accounts here to prove it. Furthermore, the defendant, Kai Song-yin, is the campaign team's finance manager and the Prime Minister's wife. She never misappropriated campaign funds for personal use. It was all for the campaign and never carried out profit-making activities. The prosecutor disagreed and asked her, Kai Song-yin sent out a press release saying that the evening gown worth $260,000 was self-funded, but it was actually campaign funds. How can this be considered as not being used for personal use? Jin Wani's defense was like this: as everyone knows, the press release is an unproven fact. After the press release, my client has never publicly admitted this in any situation. Furthermore, it was later proven that the sentence on the press release was actually added by a temporary employee of the campaign team on his own initiative. He has already been fired by the campaign team. Gu Nianji was speechless as she read up to this point. A temporary employee was able to dispel the prosecutor's suspicions. How could Jin Wani be so careless? As expected, the prosecutor immediately requested to summon the temporary employee, but Jin Wani refused to give up his contact information. Therefore, the prosecutor was relentlessly attacking her in court. She was in a difficult situation, so the situation was very unfavorable to Kai Song-yin. Kai Song-yin was able to maintain her smile at first, but it became harder and harder to smile as time went by. Jin Wani did not want to be outdone either. She engaged in a heated argument with the prosecutor. In the end, when the prosecutor was interrogating Kai Song-yin, she lost control of her emotions. She pointed at the prosecutor in court and yelled, "Someone is obviously trying to mess with me." Mess with the Prime Minister. Do you think I don't know who's behind you? I'm telling you, even if you pull our Prime Minister down, it won't be your boss' turn to take over. What the hell? How dare you fight with us? The court was instantly in chaos. Even the text broadcast was interrupted for a while. When it appeared again later, it was the judge reprimanding Jin Wani and Kai Song-yin. It was obvious that the words he used were biased towards the prosecutor. The situation was very unfavorable for Kai Song-yin. This was the third update in May. It was an additional update of 50,000 Chidian dollars for Bagel 16 in April. Flipping back, there was still the fourth update. It was the fourth update today. asking for a guaranteed monthly vote. Chapter 762. Gu Nianji finished watching the live broadcast of the first trial and quickly sorted out a few suspicious points. First, Kai Songin's legal team had directly admitted that she had misappropriated campaign funds. This was the biggest mistake. In a case like this, as long as there was a case of misappropriation of campaign funds, even if the funds were returned on time, the case would have already lost in terms of logic, even if the funds were returned on time. That was because the public would always remember that you had a wife and finance director who misappropriated campaign funds. If Tan Dongbang wanted to run for re-election in the future, Kai Songyin would almost guarantee that he would never be able to raise money again. So why did Jean Wani publicly admit it in her defense? Since there was a bank account to prove that the funds had been repaid within 3 months, it was fine to directly argue that it was a normal use of campaign funds. Since it was all cash inflows and outflows, Gu Nianji didn't believe that Jean Wani hadn't consulted a professional accountant. So why did they have to leave such a big loophole? Second, it was even funnier to push the nonsense of the press release to a temporary worker. This kind of reason was fine to fool the netizens, but to use it as a legitimate reason in court, it was like they didn't want Kai Songyin to die safely enough, so they directly planted a ticking time bomb for themselves. In conclusion, Gu Nianji could only see one goal in doing this, and that was to target Kai Songyin. Prime Minister Tan had perfectly extricated himself from this case, and Kai Songyin would most likely not be sentenced because it would be very difficult to convict her of breaking the law. However, her reputation was completely ruined, so she would no longer be able to help Tan Dongbang in the election. It could be said that this case would only ruin Kai Songyin alone. That was interesting. Gu Nianji turned off her phone and propped her head on her hand as she mused on the desk. After the live broadcast of the trial, some people were happy while others were sad. Tan Guiran watched as her mother lost control during the trial and was finally taken away by the bailiff. She immediately burst into tears. Gu Yanran and Tan Dongbang coaxed her together for a long time before she finally calmed down. Tan Guiran cried until she was tired and fell asleep as soon as she got home. Tan Dongbang tucked her in and said with pity, "This child has really been spoiled by her mother and me." He glanced at Gu Yanran. "Yanran, you have to spend more time with little darling in the future. You're strong, gentle, and very capable. I hope little darling can be positively influenced by you. You flatter me, Prime Minister." Gu Yanran was flattered. She and Tan Dongbang left Tan Guiran's bedroom together. The corridor leading back to the office was empty and deep. Tan Dongbang sighed and said, "If only little darling was like you. I really wish I could have a daughter like you." Gu Yanran stopped in her tracks and looked at Tan Dongbang boldly. "Prime Minister, you know that I don't want to be your daughter. Is it hard for you to be my daughter?" Tan Dongbang looked away uncomfortably. "I'm old enough to be your father." Gu Yanran suddenly became excited. She looked up at Tan Dongbang with undisguised admiration in her eyes and whispered, "I also wish to have a father like you in my dreams, but when I'm really by your side, I'm glad you're not my father. Otherwise, what would I do?" Tan Dongbang closed his eyes and felt all the blood in his body rush to his brain. His eardrums pounded, and he could barely hear anything other than Gu Yanran's slightly raspy voice echoing in his ears. His arm instinctively wrapped around Gu Yanran's waist. Gu Yanran pushed open a door in the hallway and pulled Tan Dongbang inside. The room was dark, and the curtains were lowered, so they couldn't tell which room it was. However, Tan Dongbang had already pressed Gu Yanran onto the sofa and started kissing her like crazy. He hadn't been like this in a long time since Kai Songyin's accident. When Gu Yanran woke up the next day, she saw Tan Dongbang still sound asleep beside her and was extremely satisfied. She used her hand to draw circles on Tan Dongbang's chest until she saw him wake up. Tan Dongbang wasn't a young man anymore, so his stamina couldn't compare to Yi Xian's. However, the satisfaction he gave Gu Yanran was unparalleled. "You're awake." Tan Dongbang opened his eyes to see Gu Yanran's beautiful face. He grabbed her hand and leaned down to kiss her. "Yeah." Gu Yanran beamed and sat up from the bed. "Little darling's birthday is coming up soon. I want to throw her a grand birthday party. What do you think?" "Really? I forgot about it. I've been too busy lately." Tan Dongbang also sat up and had an even better impression of Gu Yanran. "I'm very happy that you're good to little darling." "I know, but I want you to know that I like little darling because you like her. I'll treasure everything you like." Gu Yanran was very good at sweet talking, and Tan Dongbang hadn't felt this kind of feeling in many years. After being married to Kai Songyin for so many years, it was like his left hand touching his right hand. It wasn't as exciting as being with Gu Yanran, however, his beloved daughter, Tan Guiren, was still his treasure. Gu Yanran understood this very well, which was why she loved Tan Guiren so much. Also, Tan Guiren was only a daughter. She could get married with some dowry, so it wouldn't hinder her at all. Also, she knew that Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin had always been trying to matchmake Tan Guiren and Hu Xiaoheng. Originally, Gu Yanran thought it was impossible. However, after learning that Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng had broken up, she suddenly felt that it wasn't impossible. Although Hu Xiaoheng wasn't interested in her, it was different for Tan Guiren. Gu Yanran had also clearly seen his attitude toward Tan Guiren at the airport that time. Therefore, as long as Tan Guiren could steal Hu Xiaoheng over, she could completely defeat Gu Nianji. When Gu Yanran thought of this, she became even more enthusiastic. After breakfast, she went to see Tan Guiren. She saw that Tan Guiren was still sitting motionlessly in front of the vanity. "Little darling, what's wrong?" Gu Yanran sat next to her and combed her hair. "It's your birthday in 2 days. Your father said he's going to hold a grand birthday party for you. When the time comes, he's going to invite all the influential people in the imperial capital to celebrate your birthday. How does that sound?" Tan Guiren looked down listlessly. "My mommy's case isn't over yet. How can I be in the mood for a birthday party?" "Little darling, you can't say that." Gu Yanran held her hand and persuaded her. "Do you think a birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence is just a party? This was also a social occasion, and many important events were decided at such social occasions. If you want your mommy's case to end as soon as possible, you should also happily host this birthday party and then find an opportunity to plead with those influential people." Tan Guiren was convinced. "Really?" "Of course." Gu Yanran held her hand. "I have another piece of news to tell you." "What news? Is it about my mommy?" Tan Guiren asked reflexively. It's about Hu Xiao." "Hu Xiao." Tan Guiren felt like it had been a long time since she heard this form of address. "Yes, I heard that he broke up with his girlfriend, Gu Nianji." "How did you know?" Tan Guiren's eyes widened. "Gu Nianji told me herself. Don't forget that Gu Nianji is my sister." Gu Yanran smiled faintly with a teasing look in her eyes. It was the 4th day of May. They were asking for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 763. Really? When did this happen? Tan Guiren's attention was inevitably diverted. She stared at Gu Yanran with her eyes as pure as a lily. Gu Yanran thought Tan Guiren was very cute like this. She picked up the comb and combed her hair as she said, "It should have been after she returned from Germany." Sigh, although I'm her sister, I can't speak for her on this. "Why? Do you know why they broke up?" Tan Guiren asked anxiously. She clutched the robe on her chest, her expression very nervous. Gu Yanran looked at Tan Gairen's pure and beautiful face in the mirror and smiled. I don't know the specifics, but I know my sister very well and men very well, so I have a general idea of the reason. What reason? They broke up probably after Ninji returned from Germany. Gu Yanran paused and stopped combing. She moved closer to Tan Gairen's ear and whispered, I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else. I definitely won't. Tan Guiren became even more nervous. She met Gu Yanran's eyes in the mirror and almost couldn't breathe. She didn't know why she was so nervous. Perhaps it was because she subconsciously didn't want to ruin anyone's relationship because of her. Gu Yanran bent down and moved closer to Tan Gairen's ear to whisper, My sister Ninji was kidnapped in Germany and disappeared for almost 2 weeks. After she was found, Hu Xiao broke up with her. Tan Guiren stood up immediately. What? Are you serious? Hu Xiao broke up with Ninji because she was kidnapped in Germany. How could that be? How could that be? Gu Yanran froze. She didn't understand why Tan Guiren had such a big reaction. She knew Tan Guiren had disappeared for a period of time in the United States because the Tans had hyped it up in the Xia media to make Tan Dongbang a household name. However, she always thought it was a ploy by the Tans and that Tan Gairen's disappearance was their own arrangement. The Tans forced Hu Xiaoheng to go to New York to save Tan Guiren. This was a top secret, so not many people in the upper echelons knew about it, much less Gu Yanran. As a result, she had no idea what Tan Guiren had gone through during her disappearance in the United States. Seeing that Tan Guiren was almost hysterical, Gu Yanran was a bit confused but still chose to comfort her. Holding her hand, she nodded and said, Why not? I understand. Do you want to? However, she then thought about how she shouldn't be so familiar with Gu Ninji's kidnapping, so she shut her mouth and said, Actually, I was just guessing. Maybe it wasn't because of that, or maybe it was because of something else. For example, Hu Xiao met someone more suitable, so he broke up with the wrong person. Tan Guiren finally exhaled and blushed. Her eyes sparkled as she sat back down on the soft white chair in front of her vanity. She murmured, Hu Xiao found someone more suitable? Do you have a girlfriend now? I have to ask you about that. Gu Yanran smiled and patted her face. Did you forget that Hu Xiao personally went to pick you up? He even took care of you at the airport. Don't you understand? Tan Guiren smiled sheepishly and shook her head. Actually, Hu Xiao and I don't have much of a relationship. Really, we're just normal friends. Hu Xiaoheng had never acted more than a normal friend to her. She knew that very well. However, she also knew that she secretly liked Hu Xiaoheng. But even though she liked him, she never confessed to Hu Xiaoheng or pestered him. Because she knew he had a girlfriend. A good girl wouldn't be a third party. No matter how much Tan Guiren liked Hu Xiaoheng, she wouldn't break them up. So when Gu Yanran said that, Tan Guiren instinctively objected. Actually, I'm really not close to Hu Xiao. His breakup with Gu Ninji should be a problem between them. I don't think it has anything to do with anyone else. I know. Of course it's a problem between them. Although Gu Ninji is my sister, I won't stand on her side. Gu Yanran patted Tan Gairen's head. I really wish you were my sister. Unfortunately, it's just a thought. You can be my sister. Tan Gairen's eyes brightened. Why don't we become sworn sisters? You can be my god sister, and I'll be your god sister. Oh. Ha 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 ha. Gu Yanran couldn't help but laugh. She covered her mouth and laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. Little darling, oh little darling, you're such a clown. What era are we in? Sworn sisters. Little darling, are you living 100 years ago? Tan Guiren blushed even more from Gu Yanran's laughter. She leaned over the vanity and covered her face. Gu Yanran saw that Tan Guiren was embarrassed and finally stopped laughing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Little darling, your birthday happens to be this weekend. Do you want your birthday party to be on Friday or Saturday? Or Sunday is fine too. Tan Guiren's birthday was officially on Saturday. Of course she wanted to choose her official day. If it's not too much trouble, let's make it Saturday. Everyone is free, so there's no need to apply for another day off. Tan Guiren thought about it and looked up at Gu Yanran. Is that okay? Of course. Little darling, you're our little princess. Whatever you say is fine. Gu Yanran was very satisfied with Tan Guiren's dependence. Okay, give me the guest list you want to invite. I'll make the arrangements. We must give you a grand birthday party on Saturday. Very quickly, the invitations to Tan Guiren's 25th birthday party were sent out. After all, it was the new Prime Minister's only daughter's first birthday party, so all the officials and nobles in the imperial capital were very respectful and all expressed that they would attend. In a short period of time, invitations to the Prime Minister's daughter's birthday party were hard to come by. Some government officials who didn't receive invitations were too embarrassed to show their faces and wanted nothing more than to buy them from the black market at a high price. But how could they allow invitations to the Prime Minister's official residence to reach the black market? They couldn't even pass a background check. Gu Yanran was responsible for issuing invitations to the birthday party this time, so many people came to fawn over her in hopes that she would be magnanimous and send out an extra invitation. To Gu Yanran, it was as easy as lifting a finger. But to the officials who didn't receive an invitation, it was like a lifesaver. Although Gu Yanran controlled the internal resources of the Prime Minister's official residence, she was a very amiable person. She never lost her composure, nor did she have a high and mighty attitude. Furthermore, she was very rich. She was the daughter of a wealthy family to begin with, and not just any ordinary wealthy family. Therefore, everyone's impression of her kept improving. Taking advantage of Tan Guiren's birthday party, Gu Yanran quietly made a name for herself and successfully established herself in the upper echelons of society in the imperial capital. At least everyone knew that Prime Minister Tan's personal assistant, Miss Gu, had a good background, was beautiful, and was very capable. However, she didn't put on airs and was very easy to talk to. She helped Prime Minister Tan build a good impression. Tan Dongbang's poll numbers, which had been pulled down because of Kai Songyin's case, slowly climbed up again. On Friday afternoon, Tan Dongbang looked at the latest poll numbers sent by his subordinates and said to Gu Yanran emotionally, "It's all thanks to Yanran. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have been so easily reversed. Prime Minister, you're too kind. I only did what I was supposed to do, and I did it willingly." Gu Yanran smiled humbly and gently. She didn't have Kai Songyin's forcefulness at all, but she had Kai Songyin's ability. Tan Dongbang couldn't be more satisfied with her. He took her with him everywhere he went. Gu Yanran single-handedly took care of all of his outfits, travel arrangements, as well as the internal affairs of the Prime Minister's official residence and his daughter, Tan Guiren. Gu Yanran thought about it with mixed feelings. In the past, when her mother sent her to study in England, she had been very unhappy. She didn't expect that the professional knowledge she had learned in England would finally be put to use. On Thursday night, Gu Yanran returned to her third ring road apartment to pack her things. She hadn't been back for a long time. Downstairs was where Hu Xiaoheng kept Gu Nianji's mistress, but Gu Nianji hadn't been there since she returned from Germany. This was also one of the reasons why Gu Yanran believed Gu Nianji. If they hadn't fallen out, would Hu Xiaoheng have resisted sleeping with her for so long? The apartment downstairs was the irrefutable proof that he was keeping a mistress. This is the first night watch today. Flipping back, there was a second update. It was the fourth watch today. I'm looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Mwah. Chapter 764. Using the key card to open the door, Gu Yanran turned on the wall lamp in the corner. The light in the pitch-black room suddenly brightened. A person sitting on the gray sofa in the middle of the living room instinctively raised her arm to block the glaring light. Gu Yanran finally realized there was someone in the room. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Xian. Gu Yanran's heart that had been in her throat settled back down. She slowly walked over. "Xian, you're here." Yi Xian lowered his arm and looked up at Gu Yanran. Then he hugged her waist and rested his head on her waist. He murmured, "You're finally back. Yanran, why did you take so long to come back?" "Xian, I have work to do now. I'm very busy." Gu Yanran smiled warmly as she caressed the back of Yi Xian's head. Very gently, her fingers brushed past the back of his neck. Yi Xian felt goosebumps all over his body, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt a rare sense of excitement. He couldn't help hugging her tighter and even pulling her against him. However, Gu Yanran didn't let him pull her down. She whispered, "Xian, my body doesn't feel too good." Yi Xian slowly let go and moved to the sofa. "Sit. Don't just stand there." Gu Yanran sat down next to him and took out an invitation from her bag. "This is an invitation to the birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence on Saturday night. Are you free?" Yi Xian looked at the invitation and raised a brow. "Tan Gairen's birthday. Yanran, you're even worried about Tan Gairen's birthday. What exactly are you doing at the Prime Minister's official residence?" "I'm the Prime Minister's personal assistant. Cabinet matters have nothing to do with me, but the internal affairs of the Prime Minister's official residence, the Prime Minister's schedule, and his daughter, Tan Guiren, are all handled by me." Gu Yanran propped up her head with one hand and stroked Yi Xian's arm with the other. "Although I have many subordinates, I'm not at ease. I have to see everything myself, so it's even more tiring." Yi Xian carefully studied Gu Yanran and saw that her eyes were blue and her face was pale. She truly looked exhausted. "You too. What do subordinates do? If you have to do everything, you won't be able to finish it even if you don't eat, drink, or sleep." As Yi Xian spoke, he moved to Gu Yanran's side to massage her. Gu Yanran closed her eyes comfortably and quickly fell asleep. Seeing that she was sleeping so soundly, Yi Xian couldn't bear to disturb her, so he carried her to the bedroom. On Friday morning, Gu Yanran slept all the way until dawn. When she woke up, she looked at her watch and screamed, "It's too late, too late." She quickly lifted the blankets and ran to the bathroom. She hurriedly washed up and went to the Prime Minister's residence without even saying goodbye to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the breakfast he had just made and shook his head helplessly. He sat down to eat alone and then turned on his computer to continue tracking the IP addresses of several secondary accounts on Weibo. He also wanted to know where the call to the TV station to get rid of the dean of a university's law department had come from. He looked at the program running on the computer and closed his eyes to rest. The facilities here were too basic. If it was in the United States, using the large supercomputer in his office in the United States to calculate, it would have been solved 800 years ago. Half a month had passed, and it was still calculating. Yi Xian sighed and simply set the alarm clock before lying on the sofa to sleep. On Friday evening, after Gu Nianji finished class, she carried her backpack and rode her bicycle from the academic building back to the dormitory. Just as she reached the corner of the dormitory building, the window of a black Mercedes-Benz SUV rolled down. Gu Yanran, wearing Prada Floating Cloud sunglasses, stuck her head out of the car and waved at her with a smile. "Nianji. Come here." Gu Nianji was speechless. She held the bike with both hands and propped one foot on the ground to stop. Looking up at the car, she asked calmly, "What's the matter?" "Nianji, of course there's something. It's a good thing." Gu Yanran continued to wave from the car. Gu Nianji clearly sensed that Gu Yanran was different from before. In the past, when she saw Gu Nianji, no matter if she was cold or affectionate, she always had a sense of caution. It was as if she was afraid of offending Gu Nianji but couldn't help wanting to stab her. But now, Gu Yanran's smile was very sincere and magnanimous. There was a sense of incongruity to it. Ever since Gu Nianji found out that it was Gu Yanran who stabbed her in the back when she was at her most vulnerable, and that Gu Xiangwen wasn't her biological father, she couldn't even be bothered to be perfunctory with Gu Yanran. "Miss Gu, if you have something to say, just say it. I still have to go to night study." Gu Nianji had no intention of getting out of the car. She still propped one foot on the ground. The light from the setting sun shone through the gap between two buildings and fell on Gu Nianji's left leg, which was propped up on the ground. She wore a pair of tight jeans, and her slender leg looked like an exquisite piece of art under the golden sunlight. Gu Yanran's gaze involuntarily fell on Gu Nianji's leg and quietly looked at it for a while. Gu Nianji grew impatient. She stomped on the ground and got on the bike to leave. Only then did Gu Yanran call out, "Wait." She opened the door and got out. As soon as Gu Yanran got out, a few bodyguards dressed in black and wearing sunglasses surrounded her. They looked at the students walking in and out of the dormitory building cautiously. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and propped her foot on the ground again to wait for Gu Yanran to walk over. Gu Yanran stopped in front of her and chuckled. "Nianji, you're so arrogant." "Ha, I'm just talking to my younger sister and saying that my younger sister is arrogant." "Miss Gu, who's the arrogant one?" Gu Nianji rang the car bell nonchalantly. "If you have something to say, say it quickly. I won't be able to get anything to eat at the cafeteria if I'm late." "You haven't had dinner yet. Come, I'll take you to dinner." Gu Yanran invited her warmly and tried to take her hand. Gu Nianji raised her hand and pushed Gu Yanran's hand away. She coughed and said, "Gu Yanran, what exactly do you want?" "I'm really busy. I still have to night study." "You call going to the evening self-study session very busy?" "Nianji, you're getting more and more interesting." Gu Yanran covered her mouth and laughed. "Don't be naughty. I have something to tell you." "Go ahead. I'm all ears." Gu Nianji turned to look at her. "Miss Gu, it's getting late." "Okay, I'll make it short," Gu Yanran said as she lowered her head to take out an invitation from her bag. "Tomorrow is the birthday of the Prime Minister's daughter, Miss Tan Guiren. This is the invitation to the birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence tomorrow night. Nianji, it wasn't easy for me to prepare one for you. You have to come." "No, I'm not free." Gu Nianji refused immediately and didn't even look at the invitation in Gu Yanran's hand. "You're such a stubborn child." Gu Yanran glared at her. "What's wrong? Are you angry at me? Angry at me for revealing that you're not father's biological daughter? Actually, what's wrong with that? Although you're an adopted daughter, father loves you more than he loves me. You should be happy." Gu Nianji only wanted to look up at the sky and sigh. However, Gu Yanran always acted like a caring sister in front of others. Earlier, she had been stubborn and refused to go to Gu Yanran's car. If she continued to argue with Gu Yanran now, people would probably really think she was being stubborn, so Gu Nianji pursed her lips and said patiently, "It's nothing. I'm really busy. I wasted some time in Germany, so I'm making up for it now. You think I don't know? But tomorrow is Saturday, and you don't have classes. Go and have a look and say happy birthday to Miss Tan." Gu Yanran pushed her arm. "I'm helping you pave the way. You just broke up with Hua Xiao. If you don't know more people from high society, how will you earn money in the future? You're a lawyer, so you have to know some big clients, right?" Gu Nianji was speechless. Gu Yanran saw that Gu Nianji didn't say anything and thought she had heard what she said. She relaxed. Okay, don't be angry with me. I'm very busy right now. I'm Prime Minister Tan's personal assistant. His official residence and his work schedule are all handled by me, including the Prime Minister's daughter, Tan Guiren. I can't help it. If I don't spend as much time with you, don't blame me. Gu Nianji finally looked at her strangely. You? Prime Minister Tan's personal assistant? She took it seriously, yes. Gu Yanran took out the badge she used to enter the Prime Minister's official residence for Gu Nianji to see. Here, this is my identification. Come to the Prime Minister's official residence tomorrow, and I'll show you around. It's actually a very ordinary residence. It's not as luxurious as our family's residence in Barbados. This was the second update of the day, and the monthly pass was 500 plus updates. Flipping back, there was still the third update. Chapter 765. Gu Nianji listened patiently for a long time, but the expression on her face calmed down. She had an indifferent smile on her face, and Gu Yanran couldn't see through her. Are you done? Gu Nianji looked up at her and knew that if she insisted on not going now, Gu Yanran would nag at her for a long time. She reached out to take the invitation. Okay, I'll go tomorrow when I'm free. Great. Nianji, when you get there tomorrow, just tell them my name. I'll send someone to bring you in. It was obvious that Gu Yanran was genuinely happy. Gu Nianji, she looked at the invitation in her hand. This invitation still can't let me in. He had to look for Miss Gu to get in. Then why would he need an invitation? I'll just report your name tomorrow. Gu Nianji slapped the invitation back to Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran quickly corrected herself and winked at her. Of course not, Nianji. Of course you can go with this invitation, but if you say my name and say you're my sister, they'll be more respectful to you. Also, you don't have to wait in line and can come in immediately. Isn't that good? Didn't you say you were busy? Okay, I'll check tomorrow's schedule. As she spoke, she stuffed the invitation into her bag and stepped onto the pedals. I'll be going then. Okay, you have to come tomorrow. Gu Yanran waved at her and returned to her car. Gu Nianji parked her bicycle in the shed and looked up to see Gu Yanran's car drive away proudly. There were even motorcycles leading the way. It was quite a scene. Gu Nianji pouted. She was speechless at Gu Yanran's habit of using her connections to intimidate others. She carried her backpack and walked out of the bike shed. Just as she was about to enter the dormitory building, she heard someone calling her from behind. This time, she recognized Yin Shixiang's voice. Gu Nianji's face lit up. She turned around and opened her arms to Yin Shixiang, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Are you here to see Chi-Chi? If it weren't for the fact that someone was watching him from behind, he would have cried and complained to Gu Nianji. He had come to see Chi-Chi. He had been forced to come and see Chi-Chi. Of course, he was willing to endure the hardship and couldn't ask for more. Nianji, it's like this. Yin Shixiang smiled as he took out 2 invitations from his pocket. These are invitations to the Prime Minister's daughter's birthday party tomorrow. I want to invite Chi-Chi to go with me. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up and she patted Yin Shixiang's shoulder vigorously. Not bad, Brother Xiong. Good luck. But Chi-Chi said on the phone that she's not used to that kind of occasion and doesn't want to go. Yin Shixiang smiled bitterly. I was wondering if you could help me out and attend the banquet at the Prime Minister's residence with Chi-Chi. Gu Nianji recalled that Gu Yanran had specially given her an invitation. She rolled her eyes and said, Sure, but can I see your invitation? Yin Shixiang quickly handed the invitation to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji glanced at it. It was basically the same as the invitation Gu Yanran had given her, but hers had her name on it. Yin Shixiang's invitation didn't have her name on it. Now that was interesting. Gu Nianji originally didn't want to go at all. She didn't even need to think to know that Gu Yanran had specially sent an invitation for her to attend an event that wouldn't make her feel comfortable. Why would she make things difficult for herself? However, seeing Yin Shixiang rarely speak, and going with Chi-Chi to see the world, especially to see the real people they had dissed on Weibo, seemed very interesting. Gu Nianji thought about it and asked casually, Tan Gairen's birthday party? What about her mother, Kai Song-yin? Will she attend? She knew that Kai Song-yin had been temporarily detained because she had lost control of her emotions in court that day. So this time, Tan Gairen's birthday party wasn't hosted by her biological mother. It was hosted by Gu Yanran, a person with a strange identity. Yin Shixiang smiled secretly and looked around before whispering in Gu Nianji's ear. This is the birthday gift we specially prepared for Miss Tan. At that time, not only will Miss Tan eat a whale, but even the Prime Minister and his pretty assistant might eat a whale. They have great appetites. They can even eat a whale from the deep sea. Gu Nianji sneered lightly. Thinking of Gu Yanran's arrogant attitude earlier, she suddenly became interested in tomorrow's party. She looked down to take the invitation from Yin Shixiang and said casually. This was Hua Xiao's idea, right? How did you know? Yin Shixiang pretended to look terrified, and even pretended to look around. Gu Nianji immediately understood that Hua Xiaoheng should be nearby. She immediately stopped smiling and put the invitation back into her bag. I have to go now. I still have to study at night today, so I can only go tomorrow after I finish my report. Brother Xiong, you better pray to God that I can finish my report successfully today. Otherwise, I won't be able to bring your Chi-Chi to the party tomorrow. Yin Shixiang chuckled at Gu Nianji's words, but he accepted the words, your Chi-Chi, surprisingly well. Gu Nianji returned to the dormitory and saw that Ma Chi-Chi had already returned. She was hugging snacks and watching TV in the living room. Seeing Gu Nianji come in, Ma Chi-Chi raised the snack bucket in her hand and asked, Do you want some? Cashews. Gu Nianji shook her head. It's too oily. I don't want to eat it. I haven't had dinner yet. Putting down her bag, Gu Nianji took out an invitation and placed it in front of Ma Chi-Chi. Here, Chi-Chi. Brother Xiong asked me to give this to you at the birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence tomorrow. Oh, I told him I wouldn't go. Ma Chi-Chi shrugged. I'm just a normal citizen. I don't go to those kinds of events for officials and nobles. Don't you think he's asking me to go and embarrass myself? Gu Nianji found it funny and walked over to sit next to her. Pinching her perky little nose, she said, Don't say that, Chi-Chi. Officials and nobles are actually nothing special. Also, don't you want to see the person we fought against on Weibo in real life? Ma Chi-Chi glanced at her and threw a round cashews into her mouth. I've never been to an event like that before. I'm so sorry. I'll go. Are you going? Gu Nianji could tell that Ma Chi-Chi was just a little scared. She should actually be interested, not to mention Yin Shixiang. Hearing that Gu Nianji was going, Ma Chi-Chi's eyes immediately lit up. I'll go. Of course I'll go. She happily put away the invitation and stood up. Okay, then you have to come with me tomorrow. I'm a puppy if I don't go. It's okay if I'm a puppy. Woof, woof, woof. It's so cute. Gu Nianji blinked at Ma Chi-Chi with her big, expressive eyes and barked like a puppy. Ma Chi-Chi almost fainted from the shock. Okay. I'm scared of you. Anyway, you have to take me tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't go. Ma Chi-Chi said as she carried the snack bucket back to her room. As soon as she entered, she closed the door with her back and leaned against it. Taking out her phone, she texted Yin Shixiang, It's done. Yin Shixiang was sitting in the car when he received Ma Chi-Chi's text. He was so happy he turned to Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting in the back seat. Hua Xiao, it's done. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly and asked Yin Shixiang, what about Kai Song Yin? Is the bail procedure done? It's done. Yin Shixiang stepped on the accelerator and started the car. He sighed. She's so unlucky. I heard from the court that she didn't actually have to be locked up for so long. She could be released the next day. But the Tan's lawyers seemed to have forgotten about her, and Tan Dongbang didn't say anything either. She's been in detention all this time. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. Isn't that perfect? If she was released immediately, how would there be all this drama to watch? Yin Shixiang thought it was funny, but he thought of Gu Yanran. He still looked at the rearview mirror and said, Hua Xiao, what about Gu Yanran? She has quite a lot of power now. Yeah, leave her with Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng raised his wrist to look at his watch disapprovingly. It's getting late. Let's hurry back for the regular meeting. Their regular meetings were all held on Friday nights. After the meeting, they would go on duty and spend the weekend. Gu Nianji wrote her report the entire night and didn't sleep until 6 in the morning. Because the birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence was at night, Gu Nianji planned to sleep the entire day. On Saturday morning, Hua Xiaoheng called her, but no one picked up. In the end, he called Ma Qiqi and found out that she stayed up all night to write her report but slept the entire day. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Was she trying to escape him perfectly? This was the third update for the day, and the monthly pass was 1,000 plus updates. He flipped to the third update. Chapter 766. Hua Xiaoheng hung up and didn't want to disturb Gu Nianji. He was also very busy with work, so he always had time to call her. However, Gu Nianji was either studying or sleeping, so she rarely answered his calls. 2 weeks had passed in a flash, and he hadn't seen her. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer and wanted to check his work schedule for the day, but he realized he was a bit distracted. His eyes kept glancing at his phone, but he finally stopped himself. However, staying up late was a bad habit, so he had to remind her when he saw her at the birthday banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence. Gu Nianji had slept very soundly during the day because she hadn't slept all night. He Jichu also called her in the afternoon, but seeing that no one picked up, he also called Ma Qiqi. Ma Qiqi also told him that Gu Nianji had stayed up late last night and only fell asleep this morning. After he Jichu put down the phone, he immediately drove to a restaurant outside and ordered takeout to personally deliver to her dorm. It was already around 4 in the afternoon when he arrived at Gu Nianji's dorm. He Jichu called Gu Nianji again, and she picked up this time. Her voice still sounded sleepy as she sat on the bed and rubbed her eyes. Professor He, what's up? He Jichu replied dryly, I brought you some soup. Do you want to come down and get it? Soup. Gu Nianji immediately felt hungry. She had slept all day and hadn't eaten anything. I'll be right down. Thank you, Professor He. Gu Nianji happily put on her clothes and went downstairs. She saw He Jichu wearing a plain suit and a light blue tie. He stood elegantly in front of the dorm building, and many girls were sneaking glances at him. However, He Jichu wasn't impatient at all. Gu Nianji walked out with a smile and extended her hand. Thank you, Professor He. He Jichu placed a set of insulated lunch boxes with hot dishes and soup in her hand. Eat while it's hot. He then asked her, there's a birthday banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence tonight. Do you want to go? He asked casually, as if he could take Gu Nianji anytime she wanted to go. Gu Nianji quickly asked, you also got an invitation? Yeah, Gu Yanran gave me one. He Jichu heard her say, also. Don't tell me you already have an invitation. Yes, Gu Yanran also gave me a copy. She personally delivered it to me so that I could see how proud she was. Gu Nianji was a little hopeless. That arrogance was unimaginable. He Jichu smiled. This kind of person is short-sighted. If you don't want to acknowledge her, then don't acknowledge her. Ha! That won't do. Gu Nianji shook her head and said seriously, it's not a matter of whether I admit it or not. Since she and I are both daughters of the Gu family, even if I hate her, I will not abandon my identity. Just like you said, legally speaking, I am Gu Xiangwen's daughter. What's wrong with that? Why would I want to avoid her? Does she deserve it? That's right. He Jichu rubbed her head. So are you going to the Prime Minister's official residence tonight? Go, why wouldn't I go? She tried so hard to get me to go. If I don't go, wouldn't it be a waste of her careful preparations? Gu Nianji saw that everyone around her seemed to have been invited, so she understood Gu Yanran's intentions. However, she was not afraid of Gu Yanran at all. She didn't want to talk to her before because she didn't want trouble. However, if Gu Yanran insisted on making things difficult for her, she would not be lenient. She would not cause trouble, but she was not afraid of trouble either. If anyone dared to mess with her, she would make sure that person would avoid her for the rest of their lives. They would never want to mess with her a second time. He Jichu nodded. Don't be afraid. I will also go tonight. He would keep an eye on Gu Yanran. If he found out that she had anything to do with those dirty tricks, he would not forgive her. Gu Nianji returned to the dormitory with the lunchbox and happened to see Ma Chichi coming out of her room. Wow! What is this? It smells so good. Ma Chichi could not move when she saw the food. Gu Nianji opened the lunchbox to see a big bowl of stewed ribs with lotus root, a bowl of sea cucumber millet porridge, a box of steamed eggs with sea cucumber, and a bowl of chicken sea cucumber. This is a sea cucumber banquet. Ma Chichi's eyes lit up as she clicked her tongue. Professor, he prepared this for you. He must know that you stayed up too late last night. These sea cucumber dishes are nourishing and especially suitable for people who often stay up late. Come, let's eat together. Gu Nianji took out a bowl and chopsticks to scoop a bowl of soup for Ma Chichi. The two of them began eating the food He Jichu had bought. It had to be said that He Jichu knew Gu Nianji very well. The food he had bought was for two people. He knew that she would share it with Ma Chichi. The amount of food wasn't actually a lot, and the taste was especially delicious. The sea cucumber was cooked to perfection and wasn't dry at all. It felt like it melted in the mouth, but it wasn't so soft that it was chewy. She could also tell that there was only a little salt in the dishes. There were no seasonings like MSG, chicken powder, mushroom powder, or anything like that. It was completely the aroma of the ingredients themselves. After finishing the dinner, Ma Chichi collapsed on the sofa and rubbed her stomach. I think I'm stuffed. Why would I go to a birthday banquet today? I definitely won't be able to eat anything. Gu Nianji snickered and pointed at Ma Chichi. You're really thinking too much. How can a birthday banquet be a proper dinner? It's all alcohol, fruit, and some buffet food. It's not delicious at all. Also, the guests aren't there to eat. They're there to socialize, understand? I don't understand. Ma Chichi shook her head honestly. I told you I'm not going, then we're not going. Gu Nianji said deliberately. We'll just be wallflowers if we go anyway. I don't know many people there. Ma Chichi thought about it and muttered, then let's go. I've never been to an event like this before. I can brag about it for a year if I go. Gu Nianji laughed until her stomach hurt. She leaned on the table and screamed for a while before returning to her room to shower and change. It was already dark when it was past 7. The streetlights outside the dormitory building lit up and cast a dim yellow glow. Gu Nianji was wearing trousers and a light purple wool top with puffy sleeves. The neckline was layered in a medieval scarf style. The chest was loose, but the waist area suddenly shrank, making her breast slimmer and waist slimmer. She wore a pair of thin gray wool pants with straight seams on her long legs. They were tucked into mid-calf boots. She looked very capable. She didn't have much makeup on. She only put on a layer of bright pink lipstick. Her face immediately lit up. Ma Chichi was wearing a sky blue Chanel autumn/winter suit. The skirt was just above her knees, revealing her long legs. On her feet were a pair of matching Manolo shoes. Black high heels and a long coat that reached her knees. It was already the end of October. The nights in the imperial capital were already very cold. Yin Shixiang and Hu Shaoheng drove to Gu Nianji's dormitory and saw Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi waiting at the entrance. Yin Shixiang happily waved for them to come over. However, only Ma Chichi ran over and got into the car. Gu Nianji walked to the other car. Hu Shaoheng sat in the back seat and looked at the car in front with a deep gaze. He recognized the license plate. It was He Zhichu's car. Your professor, he is also attending the birthday banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence? Hu Shaoheng asked Ma Chichi calmly. Yes, Professor, he even brought us dinner tonight. It was all sea cucumber. It was so delicious. It was the 4th night watch of the day. There were a total of 4 night watches today. Please guarantee monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Chapter 767. On Monday, they were asked to work overtime. Therefore, those who did not prepare their drafts could only wait until they got home from work. There would be 4 chapters tomorrow on the 3rd, but they could not post them all at once. Please forgive me. The update time would be the same as before. 3 meals in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Another midnight snack. Alright, let me remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. See you tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock a.m. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 768. Hu Shaoheng grunted with an indifferent expression and didn't say anything else. He sat in the back seat of the car and turned his head to look at the night view outside for a while. On the imperial capital's highway at night, the tall street lights on the roadside flickered and formed a bright line. He remembered looking down from a fighter jet at night. The ground was brightly lit and dazzling, brighter than the stars and more beautiful than anything else. Every time he was in a bad mood, he would test fly the latest fighter jet. Shuttling through the night sky and appearing and disappearing among the clouds, he would see the peaceful and beautiful scenery on the ground. No matter how great his worries were, they would disappear. However, such a beautiful night view was dull to him today. After a while, Hu Shaoheng withdrew his gaze and took out his phone to open his contacts. He pressed on Gu Nianji's profile picture and clicked send. Without thinking, he sent her a text message, no staying up late at night. After sending it, he felt it was too serious and too rigid. Considering Gu Nianji's current rebellious mentality toward him, he rubbed his fingers on the phone for a while before slowly adding, no staying up late at night. Gu Nianji sat in the passenger seat of He Zhichu's car and tilted her head to discuss the arguments in her graduation thesis. She always felt that the arguments were insufficient and couldn't prove the point she wanted to make. Just as she was sorting out her thoughts, she suddenly felt the phone in her small bag vibrate a few times. A text message must have come in. She thought it was Ma Chichi. She took out her phone and swiped it open, only to find that it was a text from Hu Shaoheng. Staring at the first text from Hu Shaoheng, Gu Nianji couldn't help but sneer. She thought to herself, you're so nosy. Who are you? Do you still think you're my guardian? I'm already an adult. Can you please talk nicely? She was cursing silently and was about to turn off her phone when she saw the second text from Hu Xiaoheng. It's not good for your health. Gu Nianji was speechless. Her fingers paused, and she almost couldn't keep the sneer on her face. Hu Xiaoheng was a man of his word and had a cold personality. Sending a text like this was probably the limit for him, right? Gu Nianji felt her nose sting. She looked at the phone for a while and decisively put it back in her small bag. Looking at the small bag, she realized that she had casually taken the new Hermes bag that Hu Xiaoheng had given her. Gu Nianji stared at the small bag for a while, then crossed her arms and leaned back in her seat. She closed her eyes to rest. He Zhichu turned to look at her. You didn't sleep last night. Don't stay up late in the future. If you can't make it in time, you can graduate half a year later. No, I've already made plans. Gu Nianji shook her head and stubbornly refused. Okay. Take care of yourself. He Zhichu stopped trying to persuade her to give up. You have to have a plan when you do things. Don't act on impulse. Got it. Thank you, Professor He. Gu Nianji had always respected He Zhichu as a teacher. This drove him crazy, but he didn't know what to do to get rid of the mountain of respect for her teacher that stood between them. Fortunately, he still remembered that, more haste, less speed, when he first found Gu Nianji. After calming himself down, He Zhichu asked again, what are you planning to give Miss Tan for her birthday? Gu Nianji didn't even open her eyes. She calmly said, a red packet. Then she added, 250 yuan. He Zhichu was speechless. He looked at Gu Nianji from the corner of his eyes, a faint smile in his shimmering, sultry eyes. You really dare to give it to her? Why wouldn't I dare? I also prepared a red packet for Gu Yanran as a reward for her hard work. Gu Nianji smiled. 250 yuan per person. Gu Nianji was wide awake from He Zhichu's words. What about you? What did Professor He give? Before He Zhichu could answer, Gu Nianji asked curiously, is Gu Yanran very close to Professor He? Or are you very close to the Tans and the Kais? Otherwise, why would she want to give He Zhichu an invitation to Tan Gairan's birthday party? He Zhichu looked at Gu Nianji with a complicated expression. You think I'm close to them? Yes. Gu Nianji nodded honestly. Gu Yanran and your teaching assistant, Wen Shi, don't even need to be mentioned. They're as close as sworn sisters. Since they're so close, there's no reason you wouldn't be close to Gu Yanran, right? Gu Nianji smiled slyly. She used a little trick here and didn't directly answer He Zhichu's question. Instead, she used circumstantial evidence to indirectly prove her point. It was actually a little bit of sophistry. Of course, He Zhichu heard it immediately, but he didn't directly refute it. Instead, he said, yes, they're quite close. However, isn't it wrong to directly infer that I'm close to Gu Yanran just because they're close? What are you hinting at? That I have an unusual relationship with Wen Shi, or that I'm secretly in contact with Gu Yanran? Gu Nianji blushed instantly. Her little trick had been discovered, and she was directly rebuked. Professor He was indeed Professor He. She was still too inexperienced. Gu Nianji only retorted for a while before returning to normal. She giggled and said, actually, I had my suspicions. Did he have an unusual relationship with Wen Shi, or was he secretly in contact with Gu Yanran? He Zhichu couldn't help but want to sneer. His voice quickly cooled. Ha, in your eyes, am I such a lowly person? I'm only fit to interact with these people? You could basically tell what kind of person a person was from their circle of friends. Gu Nianji almost choked on her own words. She immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Professor He. I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought that way. You already thought what you shouldn't have. He Ji-chu was furious. He felt like his anger was endless, but he had nowhere to vent it. He had almost given up everything to find Gu Nianji, but he could only face this kind of situation. He couldn't move forward, nor could he retreat. He couldn't even explain himself. In his rage, He Ji-chu suddenly honked the car horn to vent his anger. Gu Nianji quickly covered her ears. Professor He, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Can you not be angry? The honking was quite scary. The cars around them all moved out of the way. They didn't know what was wrong with the car. Yin Shixiang had been driving closely behind He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji the entire time. He also heard the car in front of them honking like crazy. What's wrong? What happened? Ma Chi-chi looked forward curiously. Is that Professor He and Nianji's car? Yes. Chase after them and force them to stop. Hu Xiaoheng put down the phone in his hand and calmly ordered Yin Shixiang. Yes, Chief, Yin Shixiang replied instinctively. He then said to Ma Chi-chi, sit tight. He stepped on the accelerator, and their Bentley suddenly accelerated like an arrow released from a bow. He Ji-chu honked for a while in front and finally felt a little better. Just as he moved his hand away, he saw Hu Xiaoheng's car in the rearview mirror catching up to them. He Ji-chu was still angry. Although he had honked to vent his anger, it was far from enough. Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng wanted to force him to stop was exactly what he wanted. He said to Gu Nianji, sit tight. Then he slammed his foot on the accelerator. Their car roared, and Gu Nianji swore that in that instant, she felt like the car was really going to leave the ground and fly. Yin Shixiang was just about to catch up to the car in front of them when he realized that the car had shot forward almost in the blink of an eye. The sudden acceleration was shockingly fast, and it even made a series of loud rumbling sounds like thunder. Hu Xiaoheng's expression suddenly changed. He sat up abruptly and spat out two words through his teeth, sonic boom. Yin Shixiang. Professor He, are you going to fly into the sky? Only a supersonic fighter jet would have the sonic boom effect of driving a car. No wonder they disappeared in the blink of an eye. They might have already arrived at the Prime Minister's official residence at 32 Willow Alley. Ma Chi-chi tightly gripped the safety handle on the roof of the car. She was dizzy from the jolting and almost vomited. Yin Shixiang looked at her and was a bit worried. He involuntarily relaxed the accelerator and said to the rearview mirror, Hu Xiao, do we still chase? Hu Xiaoheng slowly leaned back and looked in the direction where He Ji-chu's car had disappeared. After a while, he finally said, no need. However, although Yin Shixiang didn't need to chase, Hu Xiaoheng had already sent an encrypted message to the Special Operations Force's informant in the Prime Minister's official residence. Pay attention to a silver-gray Bentley. The license plate number is XXXXX. Find an opportunity to draw the engine diagram. The message was also coded, so even if it was intercepted, they wouldn't understand what it meant. This was the first watch. Today was the fourth watch. Now the monthly tickets are doubled. Everyone, vote quickly. There are also recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets of 1,500 plus updates at 1 p.m. Third watch at 7 p.m. Monthly tickets of 2,000 plus updates at 11 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 769. Yin Shixiang had guessed correctly. He Ji-chu's car had already sped to the Prime Minister's official residence. It was a Saturday night in the imperial capital, so although the highway wasn't crowded, the speed was still shocking. Gu Nianji's entire body was shaking when she got out of the car. The way He Ji-chu had driven just now was too scary. More importantly, how could that car drive at such a speed? It was inhuman. He Jichu's anger finally dissipated after speeding for a whole car. However, seeing Gu Nianji's pale face and how she couldn't even walk properly, he felt guilty. He walked over and extended his arm to Gu Nianji. "Can you still walk? Do you want to give me a ride in?" Gu Nianji originally wanted to say no, in a very courageous manner, but she hadn't even taken 2 steps when she felt the world spin around her. She reflexively grabbed He Jichu's arm and stood still. "Professor He, are you trying to murder me?" Gu Nianji lowered her voice and gritted her teeth. "Your car really can fly." That was definitely not a figure of speech. "I'm sorry." He Jichu pursed his lips. "I didn't control my emotions well." He turned to look at his car and knew he had already been exposed in front of Hu Xiaoheng. With Hu Xiaoheng's shrewdness and stubbornness toward engines, he had probably already arranged for people to prepare to tear his car apart. He Jichu reached back to touch the hood of his car, then put his hand in his pocket to grab the car key and quickly pressed the self-destruct button. A muffled bang immediately came from the hood of the Bentley, and a few wisps of faint white smoke flowed out from the gap in the hood. It was quickly dispersed by the late autumn night wind in the imperial capital. He Jichu smiled and turned to lead Gu Nianji into the Prime Minister's official residence. Gu Nianji didn't use the special invitation Gu Yanran had given her. Instead, she used the normal invitation In Shixiang had given her and Ma Qiqi. She noticed that He Jichu's invitation was also the normal kind without a name. Even with how much Gu Yanran sucked up to He Jichu, she didn't give him a special invitation with her name printed on it. This was enough to prove that the invitation Gu Yanran gave Gu Nianji had a special meaning. Therefore, she once again confirmed that she had made the right decision not to use the invitation that Gu Yanran had specially given her. Gu Nianji composed herself and smiled as she followed He Jichu to the entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence. There were security personnel carrying equipment to conduct a security check. The 2 of them lined up and placed the gifts on the long table at the side. There were professionals there to register and receive Tan Gairen's birthday gifts. Like Gu Nianji, He Jichu also sent red packets. However, it was much bulkier than Gu Nianji's small 250 renminbi red packet. After passing the security check, the 2 of them passed through the long corridor and walked towards the building where the Prime Minister's family lived. There were a total of 3 rows of buildings in the Prime Minister's residence, arranged in the shape of the king character. The Prime Minister's family lived in the middle of the second horizontal bar. The first building was the main meeting room. Most of the cabinet meetings were held here. After passing through the conference building's long corridor, they arrived at the second row of the Wang character. This small building was where the Prime Minister's family lived. It was considered the Prime Minister's privacy, and Hu Xiaoheng's methods could not be used here. The third and final building was the Prime Minister's office building. His aides and staff were all in the third building. Tan Gairen's birthday banquet was considered a family banquet, so it couldn't be used in the first building. Of course, it couldn't be used in the third building. It could only be held in the second building, where the Prime Minister's family lived. This was Gu Nianji's second time here. The first time she came, He Jichu was also here. At the time, Prime Minister Dou's family lived here. Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of Dou Qingyan. She should still be in prison, right? When she thought of Dou Qingyan, she thought of Yamaguchi Aiko, or Yamaguchi Yuko. And this person seemed to have a close relationship with Gu Yanran. When she thought of this, Gu Nianji felt that she should find an opportunity to visit Dou Qingyan in prison. But what reason could she find? She wasn't related to Dou Qingyan, nor was she her lawyer. It wouldn't be easy to apply to visit her. If there really was no other way, she could only ask Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe for help. Gu Nianji pondered as she followed He Jichu into the building where the Prime Minister's family lived. As soon as she looked up, she was stunned by the decorations inside. She saw that the wall facing the main door was decorated with pure white lilies to form the shape of a heart. In the center of the heart was a huge photo of Tan Guiren that was as tall as the wall. In the photo, Tan Guiren was wearing a white princess dress and a diamond crown on her head. This diamond crown wasn't the transparent diamond crown Tan Guiren had worn at the Prime Minister's inauguration. It was a pink diamond crown in the shape of a real crown. It looked even more exquisite and precious than the diamond crown she had worn that day. It also made her look more like a little princess. He Jichu was also shocked when he saw the pink diamond crown in the photo. A hint of surprise flashed across his usually cold and aloof face. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes stared at the pink diamond crown for a long time, then quickly swept past the top of Gu Nianji's head with a hint of cautious consideration and a sigh of disappointment. Gu Nianji was also lost in thought as she looked at Tan Guiren's photo. She felt that there was something in Tan Guiren's photo that attracted her attention. In the photo, Tan Guiren was smiling innocently at the camera. The rarest thing was that there wasn't a trace of impurity in her eyes. She was as bright and beautiful as a newborn baby. It was very rare for a 25-year-old girl to maintain such a pure heart. Gu Nianji stood under the lily photo wall and sighed silently. Only a girl who had been spoiled by her parents since she was young and lived a comfortable life would have such carefree eyes. However, Gu Nianji felt that it had nothing to do with one's family environment or whether one's parents were still alive. This was probably a failure of family education. When Gu Nianji stood under the lily photo wall and looked up quietly, many people also saw her. Gu Yanran saw Gu Nianji in the stairwell on the second floor. She was very surprised that no one had informed her of Gu Nianji's arrival. According to her plan, the staff responsible for reception at the door would immediately send her a message as soon as Gu Nianji arrived with the specially made invitation. She would then wait at the door to stop her. However, she didn't know what went wrong, but the first step was no longer possible. When she saw the handsome He Jichu standing beside Gu Nianji again, Gu Yanran couldn't help but grip the railing on the second floor tightly. Without Hu Xiaoheng, she actually had He Jichu. This Gu Nianji was really capable. But so what if she had He Jichu? This wasn't the United States. There was a trace of coldness in Gu Yanran's gentle eyes. In the Hua Xia Empire, Gu Nianji's only backer, Hu Xiaoheng, was no longer there. She, on the other hand, had Prime Minister Tan as a huge backer. The outcome of their battle had already been decided, and today was the day she could hold her head high. If only she could expose Gu Nianji's true colors. The more Gu Yanran thought about it, the more agitated she became, and her usually gentle and charming face revealed a slightly fierce expression. She looked at Gu Nianji quietly for a while, and when she looked away, she suddenly saw the reflection of herself gritting her teeth in the mirror-like pillar in front of her. Shocked, she quickly patted her face and forced an extremely gentle smile before slowly walking to Tan Guiren's room. What a pity, Gu Yanran sighed internally and pushed open the door to Tan Guiren's bedroom. Her face was already full of smiles. Little darling, the banquet is about to start. Are you ready? When Hu Xiaoheng followed Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi to the inner hall of the Prime Minister's official residence, he also immediately saw Gu Nianji standing under the lily photo wall looking up. She had grown a bit taller and was wearing a smart pantsuit. Her seaweed-like hair flowed down her back, and a pair of mid-calf boots made her legs look even longer and more androgynous. Only the puffy sleeves of her mid-century neckcloth top and the front of her waist added a bit of feminine charm to her. It clearly wasn't a tight-fitting outfit, but from the side, the curves of her undulating like mountains were simply breathtaking. Hu Xiaoheng took one look, and a trace of heat rose in his heart. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his eyes dimmed slightly. It was like there was a fire that had just burned out. Although it was only ashes, it was still shockingly hot. Without realizing it, he walked to Gu Nianji's side and clasped his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Nianji, your house has already been renovated. Do you want to go take a look after the banquet? Gu Nianji was speechless. She really wanted to refuse, but what could she say? The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, and the lilies on the wall were reflected in her starry eyes. A calm and happy smile appeared on her delicate face. Huashao, it's very late now. Maybe another day. Gu Nianji secretly gave herself a thumbs up for the polite reply. She never thought that she would one day say such a tactful and appropriate refusal in front of Huashaoheng. He Zhichu heard it clearly from the side, and an appropriate smile appeared on his aloof face. He bowed slightly to Huashaoheng. Huashao actually came to Miss Tan's birthday banquet as well. You truly live up to your reputation as a flower protector. Coming to the birthday banquet means you're a flower protector. Then Professor, he is also here to protect Miss Tan. Huashaoheng usually didn't pay attention to this kind of nonsense, but he knew that this was one of the things that bothered Gu Nianji, so he refuted it anyway. Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang, who were standing behind the three men, watched in horror as He Zhichu and Huashaoheng exchanged tit for tat. Big Xiong, aren't you going to go persuade her? Ma Qiqi quietly nudged Yin Shixiang and suggested a bad idea. How about I go ask Nianji to leave? Don't be a busybody. Yin Shixiang glared at her and quickly glanced around the hall. He pulled Ma Qiqi away. There are more and more people here. Let's leave first. Before he left, he still reminded the three people standing under the lily photo wall. Huashao, Nianji, Professor He, we're going over there. He pointed to the sofa in the corner behind the greenery by the wall. There was still a buffet of drinks and food on the long table against the wall. Ma Qiqi also saw it, and her eyes instantly lit up. But before the two of them reached the wall, Yin Shixiang ran into a familiar face. Big Xiong. Is that you? A pleasantly surprised voice came from behind them. It was familiar with a hint of intimacy. It was Jin Wani. Yin Shixiang couldn't help but roll his eyes in the air. This was the second night watch, and the monthly ticket of 1,500 plus updates had arrived. Today was the fourth night watch. Now the monthly ticket is double, so vote quickly, dear ones. There are also recommendation tickets. 7 p.m., the third night watch. 11 p.m., the monthly ticket of 2,000 plus updates. P.S. It's the 515 fan day. Dear ones can go and receive a certain Hans fan title, Cambrian Alliance. The earlier you receive it, the less treasure balls you need. Dear ones, please move fast. Mwah. Chapter 770. Jin Wani didn't hide her emotions at all. Even Ma Qiqi, who was more insensitive, realized that something was wrong. She turned around and frowned. Yin Shixiang could only smile sheepishly as he turned around and nodded to Jin Wani. Oh, it's Lawyer Jin. Are you here to celebrate Miss Tan's birthday? Wasn't that obvious? Today was Tan Gairen's birthday party. Jin Wani couldn't help but want to roll her eyes, but when she saw that Yin Shixiang kept glancing at the bright and tall young woman beside him, she felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if the cabbage he had set his eyes on for a long time was going to be eaten by a pig, but before she could speak again, Yin Shixiang had already taken Ma Qiqi's hand and said, Qiqi, this is Lawyer Jin, the chief legal representative that Prime Minister Tan hired for his wife. He then said to Jin Wani, this is Qiqi. With such an introduction, it was clear who was close and who was distant. Ma Qiqi immediately became happy. She looked at Jin Wani for a while and said with a smile, Lawyer Jin is prettier than on TV. Yeah, you should learn from her. Lawyer Jin is your senior. Yin Shixiang squeezed Ma Qiqi's hand with a smile and said to Jin Wani, Lawyer Jin, we won't disturb you any further. With that, he pulled Ma Qiqi's hand and walked over to the buffet table. Jean Wani watched them leave awkwardly and quickly glanced around. Fortunately, everyone's eyes were on the lily wall, so no one noticed her. As soon as He Jichu said, "Flower protector," Hu Xiaoheng's gaze fell on Gu Nianji's face. Unfortunately, Gu Nianji's cultivation had indeed improved a lot. It was already difficult for him to read her emotions from her expression. Maybe I'm just better at hiding. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes darkened. He wondered if he had been too lenient with her. If he allowed her to be willful like this, would the knot in her heart become deeply rooted and become an excuse to reject him? He Jichu had always scoffed at Hu Xiaoheng's words, so he sneered and was about to retort when a staff member from the office of the Prime Minister rushed over and said to him, "You are Mr. He? Your car spontaneously combusted in the parking lot, and now only a pile of ashes is left." He Jichu, he turned to Gu Nianji and said, "I'll go out and take a look. Wait for me here." Gu Nianji nodded obediently. When He Jichu looked at Hu Xiaoheng again, he already had a hint of an unfair advantage. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes twinkled with a hint of a smile as he turned to leave quickly. After He Jichu left, Gu Nianji also wanted to leave. Although Hu Xiaoheng wasn't looking at her, he accurately reached out and grabbed her arm. He said slowly, "Nianji, do you remember what you promised me?" Gu Nianji was taken aback. She wanted to elegantly shake off Hu Xiaoheng's hand that was grabbing her arm, but she didn't expect to be unable to free herself. She couldn't help but whisper, "Let go of me." "Did you forget what you promised me? Your memory is getting worse. Tell me, how should I punish you?" Hu Xiaoheng held her arm tightly and refused to let go. Leaning forward slightly, he moved closer to her ear. She could feel his breath on her face. It was so hot that her face was burning up. He lowered his voice even more. "Mrs. Hua. Mrs. Hua." When Gu Nianji heard this, her small, snow-white face turned completely red. It was as if she had put on a layer of blush. Even the corners of her eyes and the tips of her eyebrows were stained with rouge. "You said that you wouldn't make it public. You said that if I didn't agree, no one else would know. Hu Xiaoheng, you're going back on your word." Gu Nianji was really panicking. Hu Xiaoheng's words, "Mrs. Hua. Mrs. Hua." This made her feel ashamed and embarrassed, but she did not dare to cry out loud. She lowered her voice to a very, very low volume, with a bit of huskiness coming from her throat, revealing a natural charm that she was unaware of. In her panic, she used more strength. If she used all her strength to struggle, Hu Xiaoheng would still be able to restrain her. However, he was a bit worried that she would disregard everything and break her own arm. Hu Xiaoheng had no choice but to wrap his other arm around Gu Nianji's waist. He exerted a bit of strength in his arms and almost imprisoned her entire body in his embrace. Only then was she unable to move. In the eyes of bystanders, they looked like a perfect couple standing under a wall of beautiful lilies, snuggling up to each other. The two of them were so good-looking that everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to them. They almost forgot who the birthday girl in the photo on the wall was. There were more and more people in the hall, and their curious gazes were like searchlights that could clearly see the two of them. Gu Nianji was so embarrassed that she couldn't even lift her head. She had no choice. Fortunately, she still remembered that Hu Xiaoheng was a person who could be persuaded but not cowed. She could only plead softly, "Hu Xiao, don't be like this. I still have to be a decent person. Did you forget what you promised me?" "I didn't forget, but you forgot, so I had to forget too." Hu Xiaoheng looked down at Gu Nianji, who was surprisingly well-behaved in his arms. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't feel that they were overpowering the host at all. Gu Nianji sighed, "Hu Xiao, let go. We can talk this out." "Okay, then what did you promise me?" "Gu Nianji, can't say it." "You promised me that you would give me another chance." Hu Xiaoheng said this carelessly, his expression as calm as ever. Gu Nianji frowned. I gave it. What else are you dissatisfied with? Gave it. You didn't pick up my calls, didn't get in my car, and acted like you didn't see me. You call that giving? Hu Xiaoheng let go of her and took a step back. His expression was cold as he said, You're not allowed to not pick up my calls in the future. Gu Nianji laughed inwardly, but seeing that they were in public, she had to give Hu Xiaoheng some face, so she nodded obediently. I will. If I don't pick up the chief's call, would I be looking for death? Hu Xiaoheng, he wanted to say a few more words, but at that moment, his Bluetooth headset had already sent a message from an insider, saying that He Zhichu's car had suddenly self-destructed, but under such tight surveillance, they couldn't find any clues about the saboteur. And this situation was almost exactly the same as the car that Gu Nianji was in 7 years ago suddenly self-destructed. Hu Xiaoheng's heart tightened, and he looked at Gu Nianji. Come back to the new house with me after tonight. With a solemn expression, he turned and strode away. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng's back with some dismay, and she was practically roaring in her heart, That's my house, my second-hand house. Don't use the word new house, it's so ambiguous. But at least the two of them had left, so Gu Nianji could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She looked up again and carefully examined the huge photo of Tan Guiren. She didn't know why, but she felt that there was something familiar in Tan Guiren's photo. What was it? Her gaze wandered over the photo, and finally stopped on the pink diamond crown on Tan Guiren's head. Yes, after looking at everything in the photo, the only thing that attracted her was the pink diamond crown. Pink diamonds were the most precious of all diamonds because natural pink diamonds were very rare. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was, so the price of pink diamonds naturally became the top of all diamonds. But the strange thing was, she wasn't someone who loved jewelry, so why did she feel a piercing pain in her heart when she saw Tan Guiren's pink diamond crown? Gu Nianji rubbed her chest and felt her heart beating even more vigorously than usual. She looked at the pink diamond crown in Tan Guiren's photo, and the more she looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Finally, she took out her phone and took a high-resolution photo of the pink diamond in the photo. Then she walked to the sofa in the corner behind the greenery by the wall and sat down. She began to use the software on her phone to cut, edit, and color. When the image was abnormally clear and complete, she uploaded it to a search engine that specialized in image searches for a quick search. She didn't know if it was because pink diamond jewelry was too rare, but Gu Nianji didn't get any results in the first round of image searches. That was too unusual. Gu Nianji felt that with Tan Guiren's family background and status, there was no way she would wear a fake pink diamond crown. Therefore, it could be assumed that the pink diamond crown was real. But if it was true, such an exquisite pink diamond crown, the heart-shaped bright pink main diamond was almost as big as a mahjong tile. Such a pure and flawless natural pink diamond with rich colors and high saturation couldn't be a nameless person. But why couldn't she find it on the internet? Gu Nianji immediately thought that there could be two reasons. One was that the pink diamond crown had always been a family heirloom and had never been publicly shown. Perhaps it was Tan Guiren's first time wearing it, just like her stolen diamond crown. The second reason was that her family had custom-made it for her. Custom-made items usually had extremely high levels of confidentiality and privacy. That also explained why it couldn't be found on the internet in a blind search. But if it was custom-made, such a large pink diamond would definitely have to be purchased from an auction house. Normal jewelers wouldn't sell such a large pink diamond alone. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She changed the direction of her search and specifically searched the websites of the top 10 auction houses on the Blue Planet. That was because many websites had blocked the possibility of blind searches from the outside world for security reasons. Therefore, if she wanted to search for something, she had to go directly to their websites. Gu Nianji's search actually found this pink diamond crown on Christie's auction website. It turned out that this was a pink diamond crown that had once belonged to Tsarina Catherine of Russia. It was a betrothal gift from her mother-in-law, Tsarina Elizabeth. According to legend, pink diamonds were the stones of love. Any lover who owned a pink diamond would definitely live a happy and sweet life. And this pink diamond crown had been bought by an anonymous buyer at Christie's auction house for a sky-high price of $70 million $18 years ago. The $70 million $18 years ago couldn't be compared to the $70 million now. Gu Nianji looked at the auction date of the pink diamond crown on Christie's auction website and pursed her plump lips tightly. Because the date of the auction was her birthday. On that day 18 years ago, she had just turned 1 year old. It was the third watch. Today was the fourth watch. Now the monthly tickets are doubled. Dear ones, vote quickly. There are also recommendation tickets. At 11 p.m., the monthly tickets will be 2,000 plus watch. P.S. It's the 515 fan day. Dear ones, you can go and claim my fan title, Cambrian Alliance. The earlier you claim it, the less treasure balls you need. Dear ones, you have to act fast. Mwah. Chapter 771. Gu Nianji silently looked at the Christie's website record, her fingers constantly scrolling across her phone. She really wanted to know who the anonymous buyer was. Why would this pink diamond crown appear on Tan Gairen's head? Zhao Liangze had taught her about the internet, as well as the principles of hackers and hackers. They prioritized national interests, but they couldn't ignore all laws just because they were skilled. She also couldn't use the knowledge he had taught her to commit crimes for personal gain. Gu Nianji had always been obedient, but this time, she couldn't help it. She thought that she really wanted to know the identity of the anonymous buyer, but she didn't want to harm the Christie's auction house. Gu Nianji knew that the so-called anonymous buyer was only anonymous to the public. It was impossible to be anonymous to the auction house. And the auction house respected the buyer's privacy very much. If the buyer didn't want to reveal their identity, they would never do so. So to find out who the anonymous buyer was, the only way was to hack into the Christie's auction house website and enter their internal system. Gu Nianji didn't have any other tools except her phone, but that was enough. As long as the Christie's auction house website didn't have strong security like the German Federal Intelligence Service, she would be able to crack the external system. Sitting alone on the sofa in the corner behind the plants, Gu Nianji's entire attention was focused on the phone in her hand. However, in some people's eyes, she was just a wallflower that no one cared about. For example, Gu Yanran took the opportunity when Tan Guiren was changing to come out and see that He Jichu was gone. She only saw Gu Nianji sitting on the sofa behind the plants in the corner of the hall, playing with her phone alone. Gu Yanran really wanted to burst into laughter seeing that lonely figure. She hadn't seen Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's behavior under the lily wall, and no one had mentioned it to her. Therefore, she didn't doubt the authenticity of Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's breakup. Of course, Gu Nianji wasn't in the mood to think about such nonsense. In her heart, she had indeed broken up with Hu Xiaoheng, and now he was pursuing her again. It was up to her whether she accepted it or not. As for what other people thought, it was none of their business. Gu Nianji's fingers danced on her phone as she typed out a series of commands, bypassing each barrier, and solving each password. Finally, after 10 minutes, she cracked the Christie's auction house's internet and entered their back-end program. Gaining access to the back-end was tantamount to gaining access to all of Christie's auction house's industry secrets. However, Gu Nianji firmly remembered what Zhao Liangze had told her. She didn't pay attention to anything else from Christie's. She only wanted to find out who had won the pink diamond crown of Russian Tsar Catherine 18 years ago for a high price of $70 million. She widened her eyes and concentrated on searching for records on Christie's website. It didn't take long before she found the buyer who hadn't been announced. His English name was Kevin Koo. Gu Nianji's hands couldn't stop trembling. Wasn't that the English name of her vegetable father, Gu Xiangwen? She searched carefully, but there was no other information on the website that could prove that this Kevin Koo was Gu Xiangwen. After all, this name was too common, and there were people with the same name and surname. She continued reading. In the end, there was an additional note on the purchase record. It said that the buyer had requested Christie's auction house to use the best diamond engraver to engrave the words, "To Sirius, my little darling," on the inside of the pink diamond crown. Sirius. Wasn't that the English name of the youngest daughter of the Gu family, Gu Nianji, when she went to Barbados? That was why she later used Sirius as her English name. If she had seen Kevin Koo earlier, she could have guessed that it was a duplicate name. But now that she saw a person named Kevin Koo buy a pink diamond crown for his daughter, Sirius, she was certain. What were the odds that there was another father and daughter named Kevin Koo and Sirius in this world besides her and Gu Xiangwen? It was almost zero. Therefore, this pink diamond crown had been personally purchased by her father, Gu Xiangwen, from Christie's auction house 18 years ago. From the date of purchase, it must have been for his daughter's first birthday. Gu Nianji stared fixedly at the record. She read each word many times. The unknown void in her heart seemed to be slowly being filled. She didn't have any memories of her parents, but in that moment, she suddenly experienced her parents' sincere love for her. They were doing their best to give the best things to their beloved daughter, right? Gu Nianji caressed the words, "To Sirius, my little darling," on her phone, and tears gradually welled up in her eyes. "Dad! Mom!" she called out softly. She no longer felt unfamiliar with these two terms of address. She looked up, took a deep breath, and looked back at the huge wall of photos. Gu Nianji now believed that Gu Xiangwen must be her biological father. There couldn't be any other choice. As for the vegetative Gu Xiangwen, they had tried so hard to save from Barbados, his DNA didn't match hers. It only matched Gu Yanran's. This only proved that the person was Gu Yanran's biological father, but it didn't prove that the person was Gu Xiangwen. Also, Gu Yanran had given something that belonged to her to someone else as a favor. This was something her parents had left for her. It was easy to prove it. She just had to look at the serial number on the inside of the pink diamond crown and see if it was engraved with the words. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa and pondered. Ma Chichi came over and asked curiously, "Nianji, are you hungry? Why do you keep playing on your phone?" Gu Nianji looked up at Ma Chichi and smiled at her. "I'm not hungry." Just then, a loud commotion came from behind them. The two of them looked back together. In the spacious hall, the crowded crowd parted to make a path. Tan Guiren, wearing a pink diamond crown and a pink princess dress, was smiling and waving at everyone on the spiral staircase from the second floor. Prime Minister Tan wore a black tuxedo and stood behind Tan Guiren energetically. He wore gold-rimmed glasses on his fair face and looked very refined. Gu Yanran wore a simple black Versace evening gown and stood beside Prime Minister Tan. Her gentle and charming appearance was very moving. The two of them stood behind Tan Guiren like a pair of parents. However, Gu Nianji's gaze was directly attracted to the pink diamond crown on Tan Guiren's head. She had already been unable to look away from the photos. Now that she saw the real thing, all of her attention was glued to the pink diamond crown. That was hers. There was a voice in the depths of her heart that kept screaming, making it impossible for her to escape. She now completely believed that Gu Xiangwen was her biological father. It was not like what Gu Yanran had said, where she was an adopted daughter and Gu Yanran was the biological daughter. Gu Nianji couldn't think of any reason why a father would buy such a rare treasure for his one-year-old adopted daughter at an exorbitant price. She had to be her father's biological daughter, and her father must have loved her mother deeply. That was why he loved the young Gu Nianji like a treasure. This was the fourth update. Monthly tickets of 2,000 plus updates were delivered. Today was the 4th update. Now the monthly tickets are doubled. Everyone, vote quickly. There are also recommendation tickets. P.S. It's the 515 fan day. Everyone, you can go and receive a certain Hans fan title, Cambrian Alliance. The earlier you receive it, the less treasure balls you need. Everyone, be quick. Mwah. Chapter 772. This feeling was purely Gu Nianji's intuition, or rather, it was a child's intuition towards her biological parents. Gu Nianji stood beside Ma Qiqi and stared eagerly at the pink diamond crown on Tan Gairen's head. She gripped her phone tightly. However, when Gu Yanran's smug and disdainful gaze swept over, it was like a bucket of ice water had been poured over Gu Nianji's head. She suddenly became alert. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and slowly adjusted her breathing to calm herself down. Yes, she couldn't be impulsive. It was like fighting a lawsuit. Intuition alone wasn't enough. You had to use concrete evidence to convince others when arguing in court. At the same time, you had to use strict logic to prove that your reasoning was correct. This was a puzzle. It didn't matter if you knew what it looked like. You had to complete the puzzle in order to prove to others what it really looked like. Gu Nianji didn't have any childlike feelings towards the man in a vegetative state on the hospital bed. At the time, she thought she was a bit cold. She didn't feel anything when she watched her own father become a vegetable. However, she felt different about the name Gu Xiangwen. It was deeply rooted in her memory. Even though she had lost her memory and didn't even remember what he looked like, she had a different feeling towards the name. Looking at the pink diamond crown, Gu Xiangwen's name surfaced from her hazy subconscious. It gradually took shape and became an unbreakable fortress in the bottom of her heart. It could shelter her from the wind and rain, giving her a branch to rely on. It was just a name, but it made her feel like she had found her roots. She was no longer someone without a past. So the first thing she needed to do now was to settle the family assets with Gu Yanran. Because she still couldn't prove that the Gu Xiangwen, in a vegetative state on the hospital bed, was fake, she could use her identity as the daughter of the Gu family to formally ask Gu Yanran for an equal share of the family assets. She had been away from home for 7 years. In those 7 years, the Gu family was controlled by Gu Yanran. She treated Gu Nianji like she didn't exist. Gu Nianji had previously mentioned asking Gu Yanran for the family assets, but Gu Yanran had never directly responded. Gu Nianji also didn't pursue it. At that time, she had no feelings for the Gu family. Also, she knew that her DNA didn't match with Gu Xiangwen, and that she was the adopted daughter of the Gu family. Therefore, she had even less desire to fight Gu Yanran for the family assets. But it was different now. She was convinced that she was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Before she could find any evidence, she had to cut off Gu Yanran's dirty hands. What right did Gu Yanran have to curry favor with the Huaxia Empire? Of course, it was with the Gu family's money and Gu Nianji's assets. He had taken advantage of her, Gu Nianji, and still wanted to escape unscathed. Would she agree to ask for her expertise? Gu Nianji slowly raised her head and smiled at Gu Yanran, who was high up on the spiral staircase. Her lips curled into an amused smile. She folded her arms and even began to tap her feet. In the front hall, Tan Guiren held up her dress with a wide smile as she walked down the steps to the center of the hall. Gu Yanran and Prime Minister Tan smiled at each other and followed him down the steps. The two of them continued to stand behind Tan Guiren. Gu Yanran clapped her hands, and a young female staff member wearing a white shirt and black pants pushed a dining cart over. On the dining car, a 5-tiered cake with rainbow colors was displayed in front of everyone. The hall was filled with applause and praises. "Birthday girl, cut the cake. Birthday girl, cut the cake. Tan Guiran turned to look at Gu Yanran with a smile and said sincerely, "Thank you, Miss Gu." "You're welcome," Gu Yanran said as she handed her the long knife. "Come, cut the cake." As Gu Yanran spoke, she gestured to the hall. Behind the screen in the hall, a symphony of "Happy Birthday to You" suddenly sounded. She had invited the entire National Symphony Orchestra to accompany her. Everyone began to sing along happily. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Tan Guiran picked up the knife and turned to look at her father, Prime Minister Tan. At that moment, someone joked, "How about Prime Minister Tan, Miss Tan, and Miss Gu cut the cake together?" "Yes, yes. Cut it together. Cut it together." Someone quickly joined in. Gu Yanran looked at Prime Minister Tan. "Mr. Prime Minister, let's cut it together." Prime Minister Tan took her hand and walked to Tan Guiran's side. Then the two of them held the long handle of the cake knife with Tan Guiran's left hand and right hand respectively. Just like that, the three of them were happy and harmonious like a family as they cut the 5-layer cake to the second layer. Kai Song-yin had just walked into the hall when she saw such a scene. She was instantly enraged. He had worked so hard in the detention center, only to be forgotten by the people. Her childhood sweetheart's husband was holding another woman's hand and cutting a birthday cake with her beloved daughter. Did they still remember her, the real mistress? She was so angry that her entire body shook. With a dark expression, she walked through the crowd and stood in front of the three people who were cutting the cake. Tan Guiran looked up in shock to see that it was actually Kai Song-yin. She was so happy that she cried. She threw down the cake knife and rushed over. "Mommy! You're back." Prime Minister Tan instinctively let go of Gu Yanran's hand and also walked quickly to Kai Song-yin's side. He said excitedly, "Madam, you're back." Kai Song-yin had been in the detention center for half a month, so her previously round and smooth face had completely slimmed down. Once an elderly person slimmed down, they appeared even older than their actual age. There were 2 deep wrinkles on her face, and the crow's feet under her eyes were also very clear. She wore a wrinkled purple silk jacket and matching wool pants, so she really looked like a cleaner at the Prime Minister's official residence. Gu Yanran walked over with a face full of smiles. She wore a simple and fitted Versace evening gown, so when she stood in front of Kai Song-yin, she looked even more inferior. She said to Kai Song-yin, "Mrs. Tan, you came back just in time. We were just about to cut the cake, why are you here?" Kai Song-yin asked suspiciously. The situation just now had made her very uncomfortable. However, in front of so many guests, she couldn't make a scene too ugly. She had to give Tan Dongbang face, and today was her precious daughter's birthday. She didn't want her daughter to be unhappy. Before Gu Yanran could speak, Tan Guiran quickly said, "Mommy, don't be angry. Miss Gu is Daddy's personal assistant. She was the one who organized my birthday party. Look, aren't there many guests today? Personal assistant." Kai Song-yin suppressed her anger and looked at Tan Dongbang. "Isn't this about work? Why do we need Miss Gu's help with our family affairs? It's just taking care of the internal affairs of the Prime Minister's official residence and taking care of little darling. You also know that I'm very busy with work. When you weren't there, Yanran, Miss Gu helped us a lot." Prime Minister Tan quickly explained in a low voice. At the same time, he gave Kai Song-yin a look to tell her not to ask any more questions. But how could Gu Ninji not take advantage of this opportunity? She walked over, clasped her hands together, and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. No wonder my sister said she wanted to take care of Miss Tan and didn't have time to take care of me. That's great. Now that Mrs. Tan is back, you don't have to be Prime Minister Tan's personal assistant anymore, right?" Gu Yanran was choked by Gu Ninji's words. She was about to respond when she realized something was wrong. She said she still wanted to be a personal assistant, so how could Kai Song-yin just let it go? But if she said she wasn't going to do it, wouldn't all her money go down the drain? Gu Yanran smiled and pointed at Gu Ninji affectionately. You only know how to be mischievous. It's serious business for me to be the Prime Minister's personal assistant. How can I just say no? Oh. But Mrs. Tan is already back. What else do you need to do, sister? The internal affairs of the Prime Minister's official residence, the Prime Minister's food, clothing, accommodation, and travel arrangements, as well as Miss Tan's daily life, will all be taken care of by Mrs. Tan, the proper mistress of the house. What else can you do, sister? Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and smiled gently. Kai Song-yi nodded from the side and said, I've troubled Miss Gu these days. I'll be in this house in the future. She hesitated and didn't know what to say. Gu Yanran was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Gu Nianji to start sowing discord as soon as Kai Song-yin returned. She walked to Gu Nianji's side and poked her shoulder. Nianji, don't mess around. I'm doing serious business. As she spoke, she quickly glanced at Prime Minister Tan. Yes, Mrs. Tan will take care of the internal affairs of the Prime Minister's household and Miss Tan in the future. Sister, what else can you do as a personal assistant? Gu Nianji spread her hands and looked aggrieved. I just don't want you to work too hard. You're the eldest daughter of the wealthy Gu family in Barbados, but you have to wait on people here. Don't you think that's degrading? How can being a personal assistant be a job to wait on people? You're Yenran's younger sister. How can you talk like that? Prime Minister Tan saw that Gu Yenran's face had turned pale and couldn't stand listening anymore. He spoke up for her. Also, although my wife is back and doesn't need her to take care of the internal affairs of the Prime Minister's official residence and my daughter, there are still many things in the Prime Minister's official residence that require her to organize. The corners of Kai Song-yin's eyes twitched. Tan Dongbang's tone when speaking for Gu Yanran was so intimate, however, Gu Nianji wasn't frightened. She smiled and nodded at Prime Minister Tan. So, Prime Minister Tan, other than letting my sister take care of the internal affairs, you also need her to help you take care of work matters. The work schedule of the Prime Minister's official residence and the Prime Minister's itinerary were indeed official matters. Prime Minister Tan nodded and praised her vigorously. Yanran has done very well. With her around, the work efficiency of the Prime Minister's official residence has doubled. So that's how it is. Prime Minister Tan, how can you knowingly break the law? Gu Nianji made a sincere expression. Hurry up and fire my sister. I really can't bear to see you get impeached before you've even secured your position. The word impeachment was taboo for Tan Dongbang right now. He laughed coldly. I never knew that hiring a personal assistant would actually result in impeachment. There are so many prime ministers in our country, and each one has their own personal assistant. If you want to impeach them, you have to find trouble with these people first. I don't know what's going on with the former prime minister's personal assistants. But I do know that you're using Gu Yanran as your personal assistant to handle the official affairs of the prime minister's official residence. That's already the highest level of leaking secrets. Gu Nianji raised her chin, and her expression became serious. Gu Yanran is a Barbadian citizen. May I ask, when have you ever seen the highest leader of a country use a foreigner to handle official affairs? This was the first update. Today, it was still the fourth update. The monthly votes were still double, and there were also recommendation votes. Dear friends, you forgot to vote for them. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes were 2,500 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. At 11 p.m., the monthly votes were 3,000 plus updates. P.S. Thank you to Bagel16 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Bagel 16 for becoming the 17th chief of the Major General. Mwah. Chapter 773. That's right, how could the head of a country use a foreigner as an assistant? The people attending Tan Gairen's birthday party were all high-ranking officials of the empire. They were either wealthy or respectable, and they all had very sensitive political thoughts. Although their expressions didn't change much after hearing Gu Nianji's words, they all began to mutter to themselves. Gu Yanran had been busy at the Prime Minister's official residence recently, and she had been in the limelight for a while. Also, her words and actions were very typical of the Hua Xia Empire, so no one really thought about this. However, Gu Yanran's heart sank and her face instantly turned green and red. She became very ugly. She really didn't know that the Hua Xia Empire's high-ranking officials had this rule. When Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin asked her for money and promised benefits, they never said that foreigners couldn't work at the Prime Minister's official residence. If she had known about this rule earlier, she definitely wouldn't have given so much money to help Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin make up for their losses. Gu Yanran clenched her fists so tightly that the veins on the back of her hands bulged. She clenched her teeth tightly, and her usual gentle and charming demeanor was about to collapse. Gu Nianji held on to Prime Minister Tan's gaze and shook her head regretfully. If that's the case, I wonder if the Secret Service or the Special Operations Forces are investigating you. They were treating this as an espionage case. Tan Dongbang's heart tightened, and he immediately saw a tall and handsome man stand next to Gu Nianji. He nodded and said, "Yes, this lady is right. The Prime Minister's official residence can't hire foreigners to work. This matter must be thoroughly investigated by the Secret Service." Gu Nianji heard Yin Shixiang's voice, and her heart instantly bloomed with joy. This was the endorsement of a professional. Wouldn't Prime Minister Tan be afraid? Gu Nianji looked at the ashen-faced Gu Yanran and deliberately said, "Sister, are you surprised? Are you excited? You specifically sent me an invitation yesterday. Did you specifically want me to expose Prime Minister Tan's illegal behavior?" Nonsense. Gu Yanran finally couldn't stand everyone's stares and quietly scolded Gu Nianji. "What kind of place is this to allow you to be so presumptuous?" "How was I presumptuous?" "I said I was speaking the truth," Gu Nianji said seriously. Gu Nianji said seriously, "I told you not to get involved in this mess. Your IQ is simply not enough." To be honest, Gu Nianji looked down on Gu Yanran. Even if they had a lot of wealth in their hands, they didn't know how to rely on themselves to protect their wealth. Instead, they went around trying to curry favor with others. In the beginning, she had schemed against Wu Xiaoheng and wanted to rely on him to protect her family fortune, which was as rich as a nation's. After she failed, she curried favor with Prime Minister Tan. This kind of woman with no backbone to begin with, even a mountain of gold and silver wouldn't be able to make her stand up. Judging from Gu Yanran's way of doing things, no matter how generous and noble she pretended to be in front of others, she only had two paths to take in life. One was to kneel down, and the other was to lie down. From this perspective, Gu Nianji truly felt that Gu Yanran's upbringing was problematic. If she had grown up in a family like the Gu family, even if she was an adopted daughter or even a servant, Gu Nianji felt that she wouldn't have developed this kind of way of doing things. He Zhichu also said that she was indeed a daughter of the Gu family, just like Gu Yanran. Then there was only one possibility. Gu Yanran had only come to the Gu family later on, or more likely, after a certain age. Her way of doing things and her worldview had already been formed. Living in the Gu family wasn't enough to completely change her. That was the only way to explain her behavior and the incongruity of her status as the wealthiest daughter of the Gu family. At that moment, Gu Nianji suddenly really wanted to know how Gu Yanran grew up and how she came to be in the Gu family. This completely different style from the legendary Gu family, how did it come about? However, Gu Yanran was so angry at Gu Nianji's belittling gaze that her intelligence was about to explode. This kind of gaze again. She thought she would never see this kind of gaze again in her life. My intelligence isn't enough. Didn't you still lose to me? Gu Yanran suddenly took a step forward and moved close to Gu Nianji's ear. She spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. What? Gu Nianji frowned. Get this straight. Some things can't be said carelessly. Gu Yanran immediately shut her mouth, a cold smile appearing on her face. Gu Nianji remembered everything and planned to slowly settle this score with Gu Yanran. At that moment, she calmly looked at the sweating Prime Minister Tan again and said slowly, Prime Minister Tan, are you going to be investigated by the Secret Service? Or are you going to be impeached by the Senate? Which would be easier? Tan Dongbang's gaze swept through the crowd and saw that a few deputy directors of the Secret Service had already begun to take out their phones to make calls with grim expressions. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead and had no choice but to tell the truth. Actually, you're thinking too much. Gu Yanran's expression froze. Tan Dongbang didn't dare to look at Gu Yanran's expression and continued, Actually, Miss Gu Yanran is only helping out here out of friendship. She's not an official employee of the office of the Prime Minister and hasn't come into contact with any classified information. She's just like a guest helping out at my home for a few days. To put it simply, Gu Yanran was only a temporary employee at the office of the Prime Minister. Gu Nianji never imagined that someone like Tan Dongbang would actually play this game. Was he lying to Gu Yanran? Oh. Sister, you've contributed money and effort, but you didn't even get an official position. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. When you went to school to give me an invitation, you took the office of the Prime Minister's car and brought along bodyguards from the office of the Prime Minister. You said you were a temporary employee, but what kind of temporary employee would receive such treatment? You're even more impressive than an official employee. Gu Yanran's expression was now completely dejected. She never imagined that she didn't even have an official position. Then all her money had really gone down the drain. Gu Yanran couldn't help but glare angrily at Tan Dongbang, but she discovered that he didn't even dare to look her in the eye. She couldn't help feeling even more miserable. Gu Nianji smiled as she looked at Gu Yanran, then at Tan Dongbang, as well as the dumbfounded Tan Guiran between the two of them. She extended a finger and waved it in front of Tan Dongbang. Prime Minister, although you said that my sister wasn't an official employee, the truth is that she still participated in the official work of the office of the Prime Minister. Therefore, this has already become a fait accompli. I'm afraid that you can't just throw out a temporary employee to divert the attention. This time, it was Tan Dongbang's turn to be dejected. When he and Kai Songyin had first discussed how to instigate Gu Yanran to contribute money to help them make up for the embezzlement of campaign funds, they had wanted to play around the edges. That way, even if someone exposed that they couldn't hire foreigners, they could still argue that Gu Yanran wasn't an official employee and hadn't participated in real official work. They never imagined that after being provoked by Kai Songyin's return today, he would actually personally say that Gu Yanran had participated in official work. This wasn't shooting themselves in the foot. Gu Nianji looked coldly at Tan Dongbang's regretful expression and thought to herself, it's too late to regret it now. She didn't even need to think with her knees to know that if Gu Yanran hadn't bled, would Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin have given her so many benefits. In other words, with Gu Yanran's stinginess, if Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin hadn't promised her a huge benefit that she couldn't refuse, would she have been so generous and only spent money to be a rich guy? So Prime Minister Tan and Mrs. Tan shouldn't be so smug, and don't thank me. I really wasn't here to help you. Gu Nianji wasn't intentionally targeting anyone. She just felt that Tan Dongbang, Kai Songyin, and Gu Yanran were all trash. Today, she would first skin Gu Yanran as the Prime Minister's personal assistant, and then skin Prime Minister Tan as a temporary employee who didn't really matter. Finally, she would make a move on Kai Song-yin. Gu Nianji's goal was very simple. She wanted this iron triangle that was bound by benefits to fall apart and destroy all possibilities of Gu Yanran finding a backer in the Huaxia Empire. After all, she wanted to find the real Gu Xiangguan, so she had to control Gu Yanran. She couldn't give Gu Yanran the opportunity to create more obstacles. Gu Nianji glanced sideways and saw that Kai Song-yin's expression was a bit complicated. She looked like she wanted to be happy but was also a bit worried about Tan Dongbang. She still had feelings for Tan Dongbang as husband and wife. Gu Nianji coughed lightly and patted Kai Song-yin's shoulder. "Mrs. Tan, why did you only come back today? I really didn't think that your case would end up like this. It's a pity that you're so capable, but you won't be able to raise funds for Prime Minister Tan's campaign in the future. If I had come to help you with this case, you would have already countersued the procuratorate for harming your reputation and demanded compensation from the state." Kai Song-yin's eyes widened. "What did you say? I haven't been convicted or broken the law. Why can't I raise funds anymore?" The corners of Tan Dongbang's lips trembled violently. He interrupted Gu Nianji and frowned unhappily. "Miss Gu, today is my daughter's birthday party. It's not a place for you to solicit clients. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Gu Nianji giggled. "Of course, Prime Minister Tan has his reasons for not wanting to hire the best lawyer for your wife. Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. Oh my, your representative lawyer, Miss Jean, is about to throw knives at you." Jean Wani was indeed standing to the side. She had originally wanted to watch the drama unfold, but in the end, she heard Gu Nianji boast shamelessly about being able to help Kai Song-yin fight for state compensation. Her heart couldn't help but tighten. Worried that Gu Nianji would spout nonsense, she quickly walked over and said, "Gu Nianji, don't boast shamelessly. We've already done our best with this case. Don't think that you can boast shamelessly just because you have lawyer he support." "I'm boasting shamelessly." Gu Nianji's slender finger pointed at herself. She said with a half-smile, "Lawyer Jean, are you serious? If I speak my mind, wouldn't you, your client, Prime Minister Tan, and Madam Gu Yanran slap yourselves 3 times? This was the second installment of the monthly ticket, 2,500 plus updates. Today, it was still the 4th installment. The monthly ticket was still double, and there were also recommendation votes. Dear friends, you forgot to vote for them. The 3rd installment at 7 p.m. At 11 p.m., the monthly ticket was 3,000 plus updates. P.S. This is the Nyang 515 Fan Festival. Dear friends, if you're willing, you can click in and search for Records of Cambrian in the Gods Discuss Tao section. The fan title, Cambrian Alliance, will appear. Mwah. Chapter 774. Jean Wani felt guilty and couldn't help but quickly glance at Prime Minister Tan. However, Prime Minister Tan only looked nervously at Kai Song-yin, who was slowly raising her eyebrows. He quickly said, "She's talking nonsense. She's just a student. What does she know about lawsuits? Prime Minister Tan, what you're saying doesn't make sense." Ma Chichi saw that Gu Nianji had finally argued with Jean Wani and was inexplicably happy. She also stood up for her. "You're saying that our Nianji is just a student? Did you know that the lawyer you hired, Lawyer Jean, lost to our Nianji a year ago? Not to mention that our Nianji traveled all the way to Germany to fight a lawsuit for an innocent student from our Huaxia Empire. She overturned the entire council, government, and police department in the Roslao region. You're saying she doesn't know how to fight a lawsuit? If she doesn't know how to fight a lawsuit, then this lawyer Jean probably doesn't even know how to write the word lawsuit." Ma Chichi's words were too merciless. Yin Shixiang snickered and pulled Ma Chichi to stand beside him. He quietly scolded her, "What are you saying? Just stand aside and watch the show. Jean Wani's expression changed. Not only was Ma Chichi's words hurtful, but In Shixiang's blatant intimacy made her feel indescribably uncomfortable. With Ma Chichi and In Shixiang's support, Gu Nianji felt even more confident. She took the initiative to attract Jean Wani's attention. "Lawyer Jean, say something. Do you want to make this bet? It's quite embarrassing to slap yourself, but I won't pursue it if you voluntarily give up." Pursue what? Kai Song-yin had been watching from the side for a long time. She hadn't thought of this at first, but now that she saw Tan Dongbang, Jean Wani, and Gu Yenran's uncomfortable expressions, her heart sank. What had happened that she didn't know about? The scenes from the courtroom replayed in her mind, and Kai Song-yin's eyes gradually clouded over. "Gu Nianji, are you serious?" Seeing that Tan Dongbang and Jean Wani wouldn't let Gu Nianji speak, Kai Song-yin reached out to stop them. She raised her chin at Gu Nianji, indicating for her to continue. Gu Nianji smiled and sighed. Using her hand to smooth her hair, she said dryly, "Mrs. Tan, I'm a lawyer. I have to pay by the minute to speak to a lawyer. Also, you need to sign a confidentiality agreement so that no one with ulterior motives can steal my method." These words made Jean Wani feel a little guilty. She really didn't want to make this bet with Gu Nianji, but she also wanted to hear what Gu Nianji had to say. At this moment, when Gu Nianji pointed it out, she almost jumped back. Her expression was a little flustered as she stammered, "There's a fee for ordinary legal advice." "Gu Nianji, you're too evil." "My heart is evil." Gu Nianji smiled as she walked towards Jean Wani. "The idea I came up with was worth millions of dollars in compensation from the state. You wanted to listen to it without spending a single cent, and you even wanted to use my method to file a lawsuit, then accuse me of being evil. Was there such a logic in this world? Lawyer Jean, no wonder you were defeated by me a year ago. It turns out that you didn't put your energy into improving your professional skills. Instead, you used your evil intentions to engage in crooked ways." Jean Wani's heart shrank when she heard that, and she felt terrible. She seemed to have really gone against her original intention of becoming a lawyer, just as Gu Nianji had said. Jean Wani's gaze landed on Gu Yenran. When she had asked for Kai Song-yin's defense, Jean Wani had listed the consequences of various defense statements, but Gu Yenran had chosen a defense that could protect Tan Dongbang but completely destroy Kai Song-yin. Tan Dongbang had also been present at the time, but he hadn't said a word. It was as if he had silently agreed. Jean Wani really didn't expect Gu Nianji to be able to see through something fishy just by watching the live text broadcast of the court's televised debate. This young girl's future was truly limitless. Jean Wani couldn't help but look at In Shixiang again. However, she saw that he was beaming as he listened to the tall and bright woman beside him speak. He didn't notice her at all. So how did her life become like this? She didn't have a breakthrough in her career, and now even the man she had a crush on had been stolen by someone else. Just as Jean Wani was in a daze, Gu Nianji turned to look at Kai Song-yin. "Mrs. Tan, when your representative lawyer said that you had indeed misappropriated campaign funds, that sentence was already a life sentence for you regardless of whether you repaid it within 3 months. In people's hearts, you will forever be the person who misappropriated campaign funds. In the future, as long as you appear at Prime Minister Tan's campaign fundraising events, people will avoid you and refuse to donate to Prime Minister Tan." Everyone in the hall heard Gu Nianji's words and smiled meaningfully. This young female lawyer truly had some skills. Compared to the typical lawyer who only followed the client's requests, it was immediately obvious who was superior. Not only was she defending your innocence, but she was also protecting the client's reputation. For politicians like them, reputation was more important than anything else. No matter how unbearable they were in private, as long as it wasn't exposed, they could still be good people. As long as it was exposed, it meant that their political life was already over. Kai Song-in's chapped lips began to tremble violently as she turned to look at Prime Minister Tan. However, Prime Minister Tan's gaze was evasive and didn't dare to meet her eyes. She looked at Gu Yanran again, but Gu Yanran looked straight at her and said, "Mrs. Tan, don't be fooled by my little sister's words. She has liked to brag since she was young and has made up countless lies to deceive people." Gu Nianji's expression changed. Had Gu Yanran completely fallen out with her? That was exactly what she wanted. To be honest, every time she saw Gu Yanran pretend to be a caring older sister, she really wanted to vomit. Gu Nianji stood in front of Gu Yanran with a cold and mocking expression. Her large and dark eyes stared deeply at Gu Yanran as she said coldly, "Gu Yanran, don't speak nonsense as soon as you open your mouth. Even though we are sisters, if you say that, I will still sue you for slander and make you wear your pants. Do you believe me?" Gu Yanran's eyes narrowed, and her entire body trembled. "Apologize. I want you to apologize immediately." Gu Nianji took another step forward. "Don't think that just because I don't remember what happened when I was young that you can slander me. You already said that you don't remember what happened when you were young. How can you say that I'm slandering you?" Gu Yanran thought that she had found a loophole in Gu Nianji's words and immediately retorted. "You're talking to me about evidence. Fine." Gu Nianji raised a finger. "First, you said that I lied when I was young. Where is the witness? Who can prove that I lied when I was young?" "I can prove it, okay?" Gu Yanran laughed coldly. "Just because you don't remember doesn't mean that I don't remember." Miss Gu Yanran, you are legally illiterate. As the defendant, your words cannot be used as evidence. Just like when you play soccer, you can't be a player and a referee at the same time. So if you want to prove that I said such things, you must produce witnesses and material evidence to prove that I said it. If you can't produce it, then you are slandering me." Gu Yanran opened her mouth but suddenly remembered that all the old servants of the Gu family had died in the attack in Barbados. She quickly shut her mouth. "You can't say it." "Oh, I seem to remember that all the old servants of the Gu family in Barbados died in a kidnapping case. Miss Gu Yanran, am I right?" Gu Nianji's memory was very good. Now that she had determined that there was something wrong with Gu Yanran, she thought about everything that had happened in the past. It was the third night watch. Today, it was still the fourth night watch. The monthly votes were still double, and there were also recommendation votes. Dear friends, you forgot to vote for them. At 11 p.m., the monthly votes were 3,000 plus night watch. It looked like there wouldn't be a fourth night watch tomorrow, so the monthly votes wouldn't reach 4,000 so quickly. P.S. It's the Nyang 515 Fan Festival. If you want, you can click in and search for Records of Cambrian in the Discussion of the Gods section. The fan title, Cambrian Alliance, will appear. Mwah. Chapter 775. Gu Yanran didn't expect Gu Nianji to immediately think of the old servants who had lost their lives in the Gu Manor in Barbados. Not only was she shocked, but a vicious glint flashed across her eyes. Once she was angry, her expression calmed down. She blinked and looked at Gu Nianji with a disdainful smile. Fine. You're right. I'll apologize, okay? She said it very perfunctorily. Then you admit to making up lies to tarnish my reputation? Gu Nianji asked again with a serious expression. Just apologizing is useless. I won't sue you if you slap yourself 3 times. Gu Yanran couldn't help clenching her fists and whispered, don't go too far. Today is little darling's birthday. If you have a problem with me, we'll talk about it when we get home. Gu Yanran, you tarnish my reputation in public. You should be happy that I didn't sue you until you went bankrupt. How dare you bargain with me? Fine, it looks like you prefer a lawsuit over slapping yourself 3 times in public. Since that's the case, I'll keep you company. Gu Nianji didn't want to back down at all. Gu Yanran clenched her fists and looked at Gu Nianji in disbelief. I only said a few words, and you want me to slap myself in public? Yeah. Gu Nianji nodded. This is for you to remember not to say anything without evidence. I'm teaching you to be a good girl and not say things without evidence. Come on, slap yourself. If you don't slap yourself, I'll do it myself. Gu Yanran was so scared that she took 2 steps back and pointed at Gu Nianji. Don't do anything stupid. If you say one more word, I'll immediately draft a complaint. Gu Nianji raised her phone and said sternly, I'm not joking. Everyone in the hall looked over, and Gu Yanran couldn't help looking at Tan Dongbang pleadingly. However, he turned his head to look at the window in the distance and refused to look at her. At that moment, Yi Xian finally parted the crowd and walked over. He extended his arm to separate Gu Nianji and scolded her coldly, I dare you to touch Yanran. When Gu Nianji saw Yi Xian's arm reach out, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Her eyes turned, and her body moved faster than her brain. Twisting her slender waist, she spun half a circle and dodged Yi Xian's arm. At the same time, her right hand swung out and slapped Gu Yanran's face hard. Gu Yanran screamed and covered her face. She glared at Gu Nianji. You hit me. I want to sue you too. Gu Nianji waved her hand and said coldly, I was defending myself. Gu Yanran, put a bit on your little wolf dog so it doesn't bite people everywhere. Gu Yanran originally wanted to argue with her, but when she heard the words, little wolfhound, she felt guilty. She rubbed her face and glared at Gu Nianji without saying another word. However, Yi Xian was unhappy and asked coldly, who are you calling a little wolf dog? Whoever answers is a little wolf dog. Gu Nianji was already used to saying things like that. Yi Xian was hopping mad, but Gu Yanran stopped him. Prime Minister Tan couldn't help glancing at them. Kai Songyin, who had been frowning on the side, suddenly spoke up. Gu Nianji, do you really have another way? Of course. Gu Nianji ignored Gu Yanran and Yi Xian. She spread her hands and glanced at Jean Wani. When Lawyer Jean was choosing the direction of your defense, she must have prepared several methods for the client to choose from. If I'm not wrong, Lawyer Jean should have had a better way to protect you, but Prime Minister Tan and Madame Gu Yanran chose the one that was most disadvantageous to you. Nonsense. You're slandering me. That's not true. Prime Minister Tan, Gu Yanran, and Jean Wani all denied it at the same time. Gu Nianji couldn't help but smile. Wow, you guys are so united. I'm deducing it based on the common sense of a lawyer's defense. That's what all the mentors in the law firms teach. If Lawyer Jean really didn't have one, then you're seriously neglecting your job and not thinking about your client's interests at all. JD Law Office is the largest law firm in the imperial capital. How did you manage to survive here? Could it be that the rumors are true and you're a backdoor entrant? Of course, Jean Wani and the others had discussed several options, but they knew now that they couldn't admit to this. Kai Songyin looked suspiciously at the serious Gu Nianji and then at Tan Dongbang, Gu Yanran, and Jean Wani, who looked like they were facing a great enemy. She didn't know who to believe. At that moment, Tan Dongbang tugged on Kai Songyin's sleeve and said softly, "Ah-in, go upstairs and rest. I'll take care of things here, and I'll explain to you later. We've been married for so many years, so trust me." He then had Tan Guiren accompany Kai Songyin upstairs. Kai Songyin heard Tan Dongbang's words and looked at Gu Yanran doubtfully before saying to Tan Guiren, "Little darling, stay here and keep everyone company. Mommy will go change." Tan Guiren saw that her mommy had finally returned and had many things she wanted to say to her, but she couldn't abandon a room full of guests at a time like this. Okay, Mommy, come down quickly. Tan Guiren reluctantly watched Kai Song-yin go upstairs. Kai Song-yin didn't bring Tan Guiren up because she wanted her to help keep an eye on Tan Dongbang. With his daughter there, Tan Dongbang didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. Gu Yanran also sighed in relief. She covered her face with one hand and said, "Today is Miss Tan Guiren's 25th birthday. Thank you everyone for coming. Don't just stand there. There's a buffet over there, so everyone can enjoy." Gu Nianji turned her head and smiled lightly. Did they think this was the end? What a shabby sight. Gu Nianji's gaze fell on Tan Guiren's head, who looked hesitant. The pink diamond was the most saturated and purest pink diamond she had ever seen. Under the illumination of the chandelier in the hall, it looked like she was wearing a pink rainbow on her head. It was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. Tan Guiren had just seen her father and Gu Yanran's expressions change at Gu Nianji's words. She felt bad for them, but Gu Nianji seemed to make sense, so she didn't know how to respond. As she hesitated, Gu Nianji pointed at the pink diamond crown on Tan Guiren's head and suddenly said, "Miss Tan, where did you buy this pink diamond crown? It's so beautiful. Can I see it? Oh. This pink diamond crown." Tan Guiren instinctively touched the pink diamond crown on her head and glanced at Gu Yanran. "This is a birthday present from Sister Gu." "Really? Sister, you gave this pink diamond crown to Miss Tan?" Gu Nianji pretended to be shocked as she looked at Gu Yanran. A hint of red finally appeared on Gu Yanran's pale face. She looked at Gu Nianji and saw the shock on her face. She felt smug again and only wanted to make Gu Nianji feel bad, so she said slowly, "Yes, this was a birthday present from my father when I was young. I thought it suited little darling, so I gave it to her. Little darling is a real little princess. Only she deserves to wear this pink diamond crown." "Oh, really? Then sister, you think you don't deserve to wear this pink diamond crown, so you gave it to someone else? TSK, since it's a birthday present from father, why do you think you don't deserve it?" Gu Nianji said meaningfully with a hint of mockery in her eyes. It was the fourth night shift. Today, it was still the fourth night shift. The monthly votes were still double, and there were also recommendation votes, which they forgot to vote for. It looked like there wouldn't be a fourth night shift tomorrow, so the monthly votes wouldn't reach 4,000 so quickly. P.S. It's the 515 Fan Festival. If you're willing, you can click in and search for Records of Cambrian under The Gods Discuss Tao, and the fan title, Cambrian Alliance, will appear. Mwah. Oh, __, oh. Chapter 776. This is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. What does it have to do with being worthy or not? Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji with amusement. She was extremely pleased. Just the envy and desire in Gu Nianji's eyes made Gu Yanran feel that the gift was worth it. When the people in the hall saw this, they whispered to each other. "This pink diamond crown looks quite expensive. Yeah, it's probably something with a history. I also have a few pieces of pink diamond jewelry, but the color can't compare to this at all." Everyone was knowledgeable, so it was no wonder Prime Minister Tan's family was on good terms with her for Gu Yanran to give such a generous gift. Gu Nianji chuckled and tilted her head to look at the pink diamond crown on Tan Guiren's head. "Really? Did father really give it to you? But I think this pink diamond crown looks like a high-grade imitation. Father would give you high-grade imitation jewelry." High-grade imitation. When everyone in the hall heard this, their expressions changed again. Some people believed it almost immediately. After all, the Tans had a history of wearing high-grade imitation jewelry. In the case that Tan Guiren's mother, Kai Song-yin, was involved in, one of the charges involved high-grade imitation jewelry with patent rights. Although Gu Yanran stepped in later and bought the imitation rights, a knockoff was a knockoff. In their circle, using knockoffs was considered tasteless behavior. Although the people in the hall didn't speak loudly, no one purposely lowered their voices. Therefore, some gossip inevitably reached Gu Yanran's ears. Furious, her expression darkened as she said to Gu Nianji, "Little sister, you just told me not to say things without evidence. Why is it your turn to speak without thinking now? By saying this, sister, are you admitting that you were speaking without thinking just now to slander me?" Gu Nianji smiled, her curvy lips forming a beautiful curve. Her lips glistened like pearls, and her entire body seemed to be immersed in the moonlight. Also, I wasn't speaking without thinking. How can sister prove that this pink diamond crown is real and not a high-grade imitation? Gu Yanran sneered and pouted. Why do I need to prove it to you? Also, high-grade imitation. Do you know what this is? High-grade imitation. You don't know what you're talking about. Of course I know what this is. Gu Nianji walked around Tan Guiren, her voice suddenly clear and loud, so everyone in the hall could hear her clearly. The style of this pink diamond crown is exactly the same as the pink diamond crown worn by Tsar Catherine of Russia. The crown of the Russian Tsar. That's the crown. The people in the hall became excited. Some people even picked up their phones and started taking pictures of the pink diamond crown on Tan Guiren's head. I didn't expect you to know your stuff. Gu Yanran raised a brow. To tell you the truth, my father went to Christie's to buy this as a gift for my birthday. I still have the receipt from Christie's at home. High-quality imitation. Does our Gu family still use imitations? Hee, what's wrong with the receipt? Can't the receipt be forged? Gu Nianji raised her hand and twirled her fingers. She said nonchalantly, I've seen cases of forgery before. They can even create receipts from Neiman Marcus, the top department store in the United States, not to mention receipts. At the end of the day, you're just angry that I gave this crown to little darling. Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji's desperate expression and smiled confidently. Mimicking Gu Nianji, she extended a finger and wagged it. Little sister, I know you like this crown, but I don't think you deserve it, so I gave it to someone who deserves it. Really? Isn't it because you don't think you deserve it, so you don't dare to wear it and can only give it to someone else as a favor? Gu Nianji was unmoved. Folding her hands behind her back, she looked at Tan Guiren. Actually, there's a very simple way to verify whether or not it was sold at Christie's. That's to check the serial number. If this pink diamond crown was really sold at Christie's, it must have a serial number on it. Gu Yanran hesitated when she heard that. She had never seen a serial number on the pink diamond crown. Could this crown really be fake? That's impossible. Why would father buy a fake? Gu Nianji saw that Gu Yanran didn't speak, so she extended her hand to Tan Guiren. Miss Tan, can you let me take a look at your pink diamond crown? I want to verify if it's real. There are so many people here, so don't worry. There won't be any damage. Tan Guiren really liked the pink diamond crown, and she didn't believe that such a wealthy family like the Gus would buy a fake. Therefore, she generously took it off her head and handed it to Gu Nianji. Take a look. I think it's real. The purity and color of this main diamond are too good. It can't be a fake. When Gu Nianji accepted the pink diamond crown from Tan Guiren, she felt like her heart was about to stop. Holding her breath, she carefully held the pink diamond crown in her hands. In that moment, she seemed to be able to feel her father and mother's ardent smiles and their loving fists. It penetrated the fog of time and landed on her hands. It was warm and comforting. The hustle and bustle in the hall faded, and the pink diamond crown was the only thing left in the world. It magnified infinitely before her eyes. This was a gift from father, Gu Nianji's slender fingers rested on the pink diamond crown. It was so white that it was almost transparent. Are you stunned? Gu Yanran's lips twitched. You call something this good a fake? You've never seen the real thing, right? Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and quickly glanced at Gu Yanran. Then, without hesitation, she lifted the pink diamond crown to look at the inside. The inside of the crown was crystal clear and almost transparent. There was no engraving at all. She couldn't even see the serial number. Gu Nianji's heart sank. Could this pink diamond crown really be a fake? She clearly remembered the backhand records on Christie's website saying that the buyer requested a diamond engraving master. If she couldn't find the engraving, she wouldn't be able to take back the pink diamond crown. In that instant, Gu Nianji's mind raced as she searched for a way to crack it. The serial number from Christie's auction isn't on the auction item at all. It's on the receipt. Gu Yanran had gone through this thing countless times over the years, so of course she knew where the serial number was. Here, it's this. She even took out her phone to show the receipt she had saved. When she gave it to Tan Guiren as a gift, she also printed a copy of the receipt and put it together as evidence. Ever since Kai Songyin received the fake jewelry, she had been very concerned about the source of the gift. When Gu Yanran gave this gift, Prime Minister Tan had specifically checked the purchase evidence and confirmed that there would be no legal issues before allowing Tan Guiren to accept it. She hadn't expected to be able to use it as evidence. Gu Yanran's depressed mood finally improved. Gu Nianji only had to glance at Gu Yanran's phone to memorize the 18-digit serial number. It was indeed the same number she had seen on the backhand records of Christie's auction website. That meant this pink diamond crown was the treasure that Gu Xiangwen had won at Christie's 18 years ago. But why couldn't she see the serial number or inscription? In her panic, Gu Nianji's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She remembered that Hu Xiaoheng had taught her some techniques to recognize invisible handwriting in his free time. Most of these methods were used in espionage and intelligence work, but he also mentioned that when auctioning unique treasures, they would engrave unique serial numbers on them. In order not to damage the appearance of these treasures, the auctions would use a kind of invisible engraving technique. Using this technique to mark the treasures auctioned was normally invisible to the naked eye. It could only be seen with specific lighting and illumination at specific angles. Gu Nianji had an idea. She turned to look at Tan Guiren and said, "Miss Tan, can I borrow the projector?" "Projector? Ha! I don't know if there's one here." Tan Guiren said awkwardly as she looked at Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran had been like the housekeeper of the Prime Minister's official residence for the past 2 weeks. She knew everything that Tan Guiren didn't know. However, before Gu Yanran could say anything, Gu Nianji had already called the female staff member who had pushed the cake cart over. She asked, "Can I borrow the projector?" There was a projector in the Prime Minister's official residence. The last time Gu Nianji had been here, she had seen Prime Minister Dou's family play a short video of Dou Qingyan studying abroad. The female staff member looked at Tan Guiren. Tan Guiren sighed and said in a conciliatory manner, "If there is one, give it to Miss Gu." The female staff member nodded and took out her walkie-talkie to call the staff member waiting in the side hall to bring the projector over and install it. In a short while, the projector was installed. A large white screen hung from one of the walls of the hall and was aimed at the projector. Gu Nianji adjusted the projector and turned on the lights. She then placed the pink crown in front of the projector and slowly adjusted the angle. On the sparkling white screen, a dazzling pink diamond crown appeared, spinning continuously. Gu Yanran frowned and said unhappily, "Little sister, what are you doing? Be careful not to damage the crown. I've already given it away. If you damage it, you'll have to pay for it." Gu Nianji ignored her and focused on adjusting the angle of the crown under the projector's light. Then when she turned to a certain position, some blurry words suddenly appeared on the inner wall of the pink diamond crown on the screen. Then the words turned from blurry to clear. Numbers and numbers gradually appeared, and then cursive letters began to appear. Gasps could be heard in the hall. Even Gu Yanran was dumbfounded. On the white screen, 18 numbers appeared on the inner wall of the pink diamond crown that had been magnified countless times. It was the pink diamond crown's serial number. Then, following the number, a string of fluent cursive English words appeared, to Sirius. Rolling. The records she had seen on the website were finally displayed in front of her eyes. Gu Nianji's eyes were red, and her crisp voice had a hint of fierceness. Sister, everyone knows that my English name is Sirius, and your English name is Jasmine. This is recorded in passports and other identification documents. So what right do you have to say that this pink diamond crown was given to you by father? This was the first watch. Monthly votes, and it was double. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. My dear friends, I forgot to vote. At 1:00 in the afternoon, $3,500 a month. Third watch at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 777. Also, didn't you say this was a birthday present from father? But look at the date of the auction on the receipt. That was my birthday. My first birthday. Why would father bid for this crown on my birthday and give it to you as a birthday present? Gu Yanran, you're a complete idiot. Do you think everyone else is as stupid as you? Gu Nianji finished speaking in one breath and panted slightly from excitement. She was only glad that when her father requested the engraving, he also requested the auction house to keep it a secret. Therefore, although Gu Yanran had received the receipt and proof of purchase from Christie's, she didn't know about the engraving at all. Otherwise, Gu Yanran wouldn't have dared to publicly give away the pink diamond crown. Gu Yanran was completely stunned by the image shown by the projector. She had coveted this pink diamond crown for many years. Finally, she could get her hands on it openly. She had played with it countless times at home and was confident that she had studied it thoroughly. However, she had never expected that there would be a hidden thorn lying in the dark. Father, oh father. You racked your brains just for Gu Nianji. Why have you never treated me so well? Gu Yanran had a pitiful smile on her face. Her entire body was cold and trembling, and her eyes were filled with unknown resentment. Her usual gentleness and charm was nowhere to be found. Yi Xian was also stunned by the words on the screen. He looked at Gu Yanran and then Gu Nianji and felt that something was wrong. He knew about this pink diamond crown. When he was in boarding school in the United States, he had secretly chatted with Uncle Gu's daughter anonymously. She often mentioned this item and said that it was a birthday present from her father when she was 1. She liked it very much. She liked this pink diamond crown so much, but she ended up giving it to someone else. Yi Xian didn't understand at first, but Gu Yanran told him that it was for the greater good. This was the first time he had seen the receipt and realized that it was dated 18 years ago. That definitely wasn't Gu Yanran's first birthday. Gu Yanran was the same age as Tan Guiren. She was also 25 this year and 3 years older than Yi Xian. So who was the anonymous Miss Gu who had chatted with him online all those years ago? Yi Xian suddenly felt a splitting headache. He hugged his head and took a step back, hiding in the shadows in the corner of the wall. Gu Nianji's low rebuke echoed in the hall, and the guests were all dumbstruck. They were shocked speechless by this dramatic turn of events. Prime Minister Tan also froze for a moment before politely extending his hand and saying, "What exactly is going on? Miss Gu Nianji, please return this pink diamond crown to me first. Do you want to settle the matter between you and your sister in private?" Shedding all pretense of cordiality in public was too unsightly. Gu Nianji chuckled and shook her head. That won't do. This is a gift from my father. How can I give it to you? Not to mention the word return. Mr. Prime Minister, don't you feel embarrassed saying this? Prime Minister Tan had spoken, so he didn't need to say anything else. Prime Minister Tan's chief secretary immediately chimed in. Miss Gu Nianji, everyone saw it clearly just now. You used deceptive tactics to trick our miss into giving it to you. I don't care what argument you have with your sister, but this pink diamond crown was officially given to our miss as a birthday present by Miss Gu Yanran. You can't be so low that you want to take back a gift you gave away, right? Gu Nianji raised a brow and smiled. Ha! You want to discuss the ownership of an item with a lawyer? Fine, then I'll tell you. First of all, this was given to me by my father. I have the receipt and the inscription as proof. Gu Yanran has no right to dispose of anything that doesn't belong to her. In other words, she has no right to take something that belongs to me and give it away. Now that she's taking something that doesn't belong to her, that's called stealing. Giving it to you is called selling stolen goods. May I ask, is the dignified office of the Prime Minister really going to help a thief sell stolen goods? Gu Nianji paused and hugged the pink diamond crown tightly. She then said, as for the exchange of benefits between you, ask her for it. Don't ask me for my things. I have nothing to do with you. Mr. Prime Minister, can you be a little more shameless? Prime Minister Tan's face turned green with anger at her words. His gentle face actually had a hint of malevolence. The Prime Minister's chief secretary immediately flushed red, but the Prime Minister didn't say anything, so he braced himself to continue asking. Using his hand to push the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, the chief secretary only said one thing over and over again. This was given to our miss by Gu Yanran. You have no right to take it away. Gu Nianji finally couldn't help but roll her eyes. If you keep acting like this, I'm going to court to sue the office of the Prime Minister for forcible theft. Sir, are you going to have your Prime Minister go to court when your First Lady's lawsuit hasn't been settled yet? When Tan Guiren heard this, she quickly said, forget it, forget it. Since this crown is Miss Gu Nianji's, just return it to her. I don't want it anymore. As she spoke, she snuggled up to Prime Minister Tan's side and hooked her arm. Daddy, I know you're doing this for me, but I don't want you to get into trouble because of this. Prime Minister Tan's face darkened as he looked at Gu Nianji darkly. His voice was flat as he said, fine, I won't argue with you for my daughter's sake. I'm not interested in who this thing actually belongs to. It's just that you can be so merciless to your sister. I feel bitterly disappointed for your sister. When Gu Yanran heard Prime Minister Tan speak up for her publicly, color returned to her face. She looked up, and a flash of resentment flashed across her eyes. However, when she saw Gu Nianji, she had already recovered her usual gentleness and charm. She sighed softly and said with pity, Nianji, sister forgives you. I know that you were kidnapped by perverts in Germany and put under house arrest for half a month. You suffered a lot. That's why you became so extreme. What? She was kidnapped by perverts and put under house arrest. I don't believe it. These two sisters are obviously fighting. Also, Gu Yanran has already been proven to be lying. How can her words still be trusted? Everyone whispered among themselves. Surprisingly, only a few people believed it, and the majority of people didn't believe it. When Ma Chichi heard this, she was so angry that she wanted nothing more than to pounce on Gu Yanran and viciously scratch her to death. Yin Shixiang quickly pulled her back and whispered, it's not good to overreact to this. See how Nianji deals with it. However, Yin Shixiang was actually also worried. He quietly pressed the button and followed Hua Xiaoheng's plan to throw out tonight's bombshell, in hopes of helping Gu Nianji get out of this predicament. However, Gu Nianji didn't care at all. She slowly walked over, her eyes never leaving Gu Yenran's side. She approached step by step and stood in front of her. She said sarcastically, "What's wrong? You heard the word, kidnapped, and immediately came up with a dirty story in your head? Gu Yenran, how can you be so dirty? Aren't you supposed to be a noble, spotless rich woman? What kind of nonsense are you thinking in your head? It's not that I'm dirty, but everyone thinks that way." Gu Yenran's voice was very soft, but her eyes were full of resentment as she looked at Gu Nianji. "Everyone? Who's everyone?" Gu Nianji shrugged and didn't care about Gu Yenran's gaze at all. "Gu Yenran, you're so good at lying. I'm warning you, don't mess with me. If you mess with me again, I'll make sure you lose everything." Gu Yenran clutched her chest in pain, her face full of disbelief. Nianji, how good of a girl were you before? How did you become like this now?" Gu Nianji had had enough of Gu Yenran, but what angered her the most was Gu Yenran mentioning what happened in Germany. She immediately realized that Gu Yenran probably didn't just kick her when she was down. She was very likely involved in the whole thing. Otherwise, how would she know that her disappearance had something to do with a certain pervert? Gu Nianji thought about how Gu Yenran had not only taken over her family's assets and occupied her home, but had also schemed to kill her. The last bit of kindness Gu Nianji had for Gu Yenran disappeared. She stood in front of Gu Yenran and looked down at her. She said calmly, "If that's the case, let's make things clear in front of everyone. You've always said that you love me like your own sister, but all the rumors that tarnished my reputation came from you. I didn't hold it against you because of our sisterhood, but now you're used to lying. Do you think a lie will become the truth if it's repeated 1,000 times? Do you think I'll swallow my anger forever? Let me tell you, you've miscalculated. Aren't you just worried that I'll go back to the Gu family and split the assets? I really didn't want it, but now you're throwing dirt at me. If I don't fight for it, wouldn't I be giving you a reason to spread rumors and create trouble? I'm officially telling you, Gu Yenran, that I'll go to court on Monday and request to split the assets equally with you. If I say it'll be split equally, then it'll be split equally. One less deposit, one less property, one less patent, one less stock, none of that is called splitting equally. Also, splitting the assets equally will start from the year my parents got into the accident. You don't know how to count, so I'll give you a simple explanation. All the expenses, failed investments, and favors you've given me all these years, I'll take half of it. That's what you owe me. Gu Yenran, wash your neck and wait for me to skin you. Let's see how much you have left in the end. Will selling your body be enough to return my family's assets? This was the second night, and the monthly ticket was 3,500 Canadian dollars. The monthly ticket was even double. Please get monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Dear friends, I forgot to vote for them. 7 p.m., the third night. P.S. This is the Nyang 515 Fan Festival. If you're willing, you can click in and search for Records of Cambrian under The Gods Discuss Tao. The fan title, Cambrian Alliance, will appear. Mwah. Chapter 778. Gu Nianji's voice was crisp, but when she said it word by word, it was powerful and shocking. The hall was silent for a moment, and everyone's eyes kept darting between Gu Nianji and Gu Yenran. Gu Yenran's heart was thumping so hard it was about to jump out of her throat. Hearing that Gu Nianji wanted to split the inheritance, all the blood in her body rushed to her head, and she almost couldn't control herself. She used up all her self-control, and the nails she had just done almost broke in her palms. Gu Yenran sighed, and her voice trembled as she said, "We want to split the inheritance. I'm afraid that's not possible. Father isn't dead yet, so how can we split the inheritance?" This meant that the Gu family's inheritance was still under Gu Xiangwen's name. Gu Nianji looked down at the pink diamond crown in her hand, and a trace of mockery appeared on her lips. Without looking up, she said, "You don't have to worry about that. You don't know the law at all, so you can't split it just because you say so." Gu Yanran resisted the looks of disdain and pretended to be calm. "I really don't know. Father is still alive, but you want to split the inheritance. What's the logic? Which country's law is this? Then I'll explain it to you again." Gu Nianji held up the pink diamond crown in her hand, her expression very calm. "Listen carefully. The person on the bed has been in a vegetative state for 7 years, and he has completely lost his ability to act. He is no longer a legal subject, so he can be treated as a legal invalid. Therefore, we can split the inheritance equally. Even a missing person could be treated as dead after 7 years, so of course the person in a vegetative state on the bed could enjoy the same treatment." Gu Nianji only felt that it was a pity that she couldn't openly kick Gu Yanran out because Gu Yanran's identity document proved that she was indeed Gu Xiangwen's daughter. Whether the person in a vegetative state on the bed was Gu Xiangwen or not, it wouldn't affect her legal status. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Gu Nianji decided not to deny her identity as a daughter of the Gu family. Therefore, without a will, Gu Yanran could get half of the inheritance. But looking at Gu Yanran's actions and movements over the years, Gu Nianji had reasonable reason to guess that Gu Yanran had squandered most of her share. "In the past, I was a minor and couldn't deal with the family's assets. But now that I'm an adult, I can take at least half of everything in the Gu family." Gu Nianji's eyes quickly swept across the hall and took in everyone's expressions. "You want to fight with me for the right to manage the Gu family? Fine, we'll talk about it later. Today is Miss Tan's birthday. You shouldn't." Gu Yanran paused, her gentle gaze drifting to Prime Minister Tan. Prime Minister Tan's heart ached when he saw the situation and helped her out of the situation. With a serious expression, he said, "This is your family's private matter. What's the point of making a fuss about it in our official residence of the Prime Minister? How did you get in? Who gave you the invitation?" Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows. She didn't want to say where she got the invitation, but Prime Minister Tan had been holding it in all night and finally couldn't hold it in anymore, right? Looking at the way he was looking at Gu Yanran, it would be strange if they weren't related. Gu Nianji secretly despised Gu Yanran for not being able to control herself. She had Yi Xian, the little wolf dog, yet she still had to provoke Prime Minister Tan, the old vegetable. Seriously, she didn't want to be her sister. Even if they were only sisters in a legal relationship, they didn't want to. Gu Nianji secretly pondered how to get out of the situation with Gu Yanran as she rebuked Prime Minister Tan. She composed herself and said seriously, "Prime Minister Tan, I wouldn't be as quick to burn the bridge after crossing it. How did the dispute between me and my sister become our family's private matter? Do you really think this has nothing to do with you and your wife? You're getting more and more ridiculous. What does this have to do with Prime Minister Tan and Mrs. Tan?" Gu Yanran retorted somewhat frantically. "Fine, we'll talk about it when we get back." "Why do we have to talk about it when we get back? What I want to talk about is related to Prime Minister Tan and Mrs. Tan." Gu Nianji turned to look at Tan Dongbang. She was tall and wore a pair of boots. Her black and bright eyes were shockingly bright. The crystal chandelier in the hall reflected in her large eyes like thousands of starlight falling into a pool of autumn water. The water rippled slightly and crushed the starlight to scatter into a sea of stars. It had a captivating look. Prime Minister Tan glanced at her and then looked away. He said unhappily, "If it's a private matter, we can talk about it later." "It's not a private matter." Gu Nianji might as well get straight to the point. "What I want to talk about is the matter of Gu Yanran paying for your campaign funds to make up for the deficit." She paused and watched Prime Minister Tan's expression gradually turn from annoyance to seriousness. His eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses narrowed into a straight line. What does this have to do with you? The court has already approved it. Prime Minister Tan didn't want to listen to Gu Nianji anymore. He turned around and led Tan Guiren to the spiral staircase. Gu Nianji looked at the Prime Minister's back and said word by word, "How can it not have anything to do with me? That was an illegal gift from Gu Yanran without my consent. I want to go to court and demand compensation for the illegal gift." Prime Minister Tan's body instantly froze. He knew how much money that was. If Gu Nianji really demanded compensation, he would have to use his own money to make up for the deficit. That wasn't a small amount of money. It was nearly $20 million in deficit, and it was all Gu Yanran's money. But Gu Yanran also owns half of the Gu family's assets. What's wrong with her gifting her share to Prime Minister Tan? Prime Minister Tan's chief secretary quickly cleared the air for his boss. Is that so? Then I'll see you in court. At that time, you'll all know why Gu Yanran's gift was an illegal gift. Gu Nianji dealt with it like it was nothing and slammed the hammer down. Gu Yanran's vision darkened, and her body swayed. She quickly supported herself on the table to stand. She panted slightly and vaguely thought, what should I do? At that moment, Kai Song-yin had just returned to her bedroom upstairs and had just come out of the bathroom. Although her days in the detention center weren't too messy, it still wasn't as comfortable as home. Wearing a bathrobe, she sat down in front of the vanity and casually pressed the remote control on the vanity. This was a remote control for indoor appliances. It could remotely control the air conditioner, television, phone, and stereo sound system. Kai Song-yin loved listening to very soothing and light music every night before she went to sleep to relax her tense nerves. She turned on the remote control for the stereo, and Richard Goodman's Die Sir Alice piano music instantly filled the entire bedroom like moonlight. Kai Song-yin picked up a comb and began combing her hair. Amidst the music that sounded like a spring, Kai Song-yin completed her maintenance procedure. She stood up to take out a dress from the closet and put it on the bed. At that moment, she noticed that the position of the pillows wasn't quite right. The two pillows weren't neatly arranged. This was something that Kai Song-yin, who had a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder, couldn't stand. Kai Song-yin pulled over a pillow and patted it. Just as she was about to put it back in place, she saw something sticking out from under the pillow. It was a pair of black lace stocking panties. Kai Song-yin was very sure that she didn't have such sexy panties. She pulled it over to take a look. It was a Victoria's Secret Angel brand. It wasn't particularly expensive, but it was especially sexy. She pulled it over to take a look. It was the smallest size P0. It wasn't her size at all. She wore clothes that were size 8 to 10. Was someone purposely trying to drive a wedge between them? Kai Song-yin didn't believe it at all. She pouted and threw the black lace stocking panties into the trash can. She took off her bathrobe and changed. At that moment, she suddenly heard someone talking. She quickly covered her bathrobe and asked cautiously, "Who is it?" The person who was talking ignored her and continued, "Prime Minister Tan, are you sure you want this plan?" It was the voice of her lawyer, Jean Wani. Kai Song-yin could tell that it wasn't someone speaking in her bedroom. It was a recording of a conversation being played from her stereo. She held her breath and continued to listen. Then she heard her husband, Tan Dongbang, say, "Yanran thinks this plan isn't bad. I've looked at it. Although it's conservative, it's a sure win, so I'll go with this." Lawyer Jean seemed to hesitate for a moment before saying, "All right then, since you insist. But I have to remind you that if you use this plan to defend yourself, your wife's reputation will be completely ruined." "Yeah, it's fine." Tan Dongbang's voice was a bit cold. Kai Song-yin's heart instantly sank. She thought back to how Gu Nianji had said that lawyers had several plans for their clients to choose from in the lobby. Lawyer Jean, Tan Dongbang, and Gu Yanran had all denied it in unison. They were treating her like a fool. Kai Songyin shot up from her seat. Suddenly, the sound from the stereo changed again. What followed was a passionate conversation between a man and a woman in bed. There was also the sound of the large bed pounding and the sound of their bodies colliding. The sound came from the excellent sound system and echoed in Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang's bedroom. Kai Songyin was all too familiar with the man and woman's voices. They were Tan Dongbang and Gu Yanran. This was the third watch. Monthly votes and double. Please give us monthly votes and recommendation votes. Dear friends, we forgot to vote for them. P.S. This is the Nyang 515 Fan Festival. If you're willing, you can click in and search for Records of Cambrian in the Legend of Cambrian section. The fan title, Cambrian Alliance, will appear. Chapter 779. Kai Songyin had always been proud of the sound quality of the top-notch stereo surround sound system imported from Germany. But today, for the first time, she hated how realistic the sound quality was. If this was an imitation, then the skill was too amazing. She was so familiar with Tan Dongbang's voice. He had said it by her ear for so many years, so she could barely hear the difference in the imitation. All those childhood sweethearts, all those years of being close to each other, suddenly couldn't withstand a single blow from the two of them talking in bed. Kai Songyin stood expressionlessly in the middle of the bedroom and slowly raised her trembling hands to cover her ears. "Ah!" she screamed. "It's fake. It's fake. It's not real." Kai Songyin wanted to use her screams to drown out the two of them's unbearable sounds, but she realized that no matter how loud she screamed, the two of them always found a gap between their private conversation and burrowed into her ears, her brain, and her heart. The unbearable torture made Kai Songyin finally burst into tears and sit on the floor with her head in her hands. The floor was covered with a high-quality hand-woven woolen carpet imported from the Middle East. She opened her eyes to look at the vine flower pattern on the carpet and let out a heart-wrenching cry. The bedroom's soundproofing was very good, so no one outside could hear her even if she screamed herself hoarse. Thus, she took advantage of this opportunity to vent her frustrations unscrupulously. After crying, Kai Songyin slowly stood up and grabbed the remote control on the vanity with a livid expression. At that moment, the sound in the stereo had already changed. It was like a montage in a movie that had changed locations. She heard someone say anxiously, "Where's the Prime Minister? I need him to sign this document right now." "Wait, the Prime Minister is in a meeting." The person speaking had a serious expression. It was the voice of Tan Dongbang's chief secretary. His tone and intonation all proved that he was well aware of Tan Dongbang and Gu Yanran's affair. Kai Songyin completely froze. The chief secretary's words clearly proved that these two shameless adulterers were actually having an affair in the office of the Prime Minister's official residence. Kai Songyin couldn't take it anymore. She raised her arm and threw the remote control at the wall-mounted stereo on the wall. There was a loud bang, and the top-of-the-line stereo system made a few gurgling sounds that changed its pitch. Then, it died down. Kai Songyin panted and stood in the bedroom for a long time before putting on her clothes expressionlessly. She looked in the mirror and put on coral lipstick. This color could brighten up her complexion. Her entire face was currently dark and gloomy. If she didn't brighten it up, she wouldn't be able to see anyone. She took out her phone and turned on the control system of the stereo. She logged in from her phone, found the file that was placed together with the music, and downloaded it to her phone. Surprisingly, the file was actually a video and audio file. If he played it on his phone, not only could he hear the sound, but he could also see the video. When she saw the two of them entangled on the bed, the last trace of hope in her heart disappeared. That voice wasn't imitated, nor was it someone trying to frame him. It was her beloved husband. Decades of childhood sweetheart, just like that, collapsed in front of her. She knew that she was finished. Her life was hopeless. Years of love were no match for a man's political ambition. She would never be able to help Tan Dongbang in the future. Tan Dongbang was such a powerful person, so she would only become his burden in the future. No wonder he couldn't wait to get together with Gu Yenran. He was the richest man in Barbados and had a fortune that could rival a country's. He was also young and beautiful. Kai Song-yin couldn't compare to him in any way. She was almost 50 years old. At her age, losing a marriage and a man meant losing everything. However, if these two people thought that Kai Song-yin would obediently leave the stage, then they were gravely mistaken. Tan Dongbang wanted to get rid of her. Gu Yenran wanted to use her as a stepping stone. Dream on. Kai Song-yin opened the professional video editing software on her phone expressionlessly and began editing the video. She was in the media industry, so video editing was a piece of cake for her. The first thing she did was to blur the scene in Tan Dongbang's figure and face. Only the rough appearance of the bed could be seen. Then she also changed his voice until it couldn't be recognized as his voice. As for Gu Yenran, Kai Song-yin used methods to enhance the clarity and contrast. She even kept the high resolution so that every detail of her body could be clearly seen on the phone screen. Even the obvious mole on her right chest could be clearly seen. Finally, Kai Song-yin cut out the most exciting part of the video and saved it into two files. One was a 2-minute video, and the other was a 30-second close-up of Gu Yenran. She uploaded the original video to her cloud account and encrypted it. Then she deleted the backup on her phone. She used the video player on her phone to watch the 2-minute video several times. After confirming that the content didn't expose any information about Tan Dongbang, she finally smiled. Upstairs, Kai Song-yin took a few deep breaths and walked out with a serious expression. She walked down the spiral staircase. Halfway down, she saw a projector being used downstairs. On the white screen as tall as the wall was the pink diamond crown that Gu Yenran had given to Tan Guiren. Then she heard Gu Nianji accuse Gu Yenran of stealing her things and giving them away as a favor. She also said that she would get it back one by one. Because of her daughter, Tan Guiren, Kai Song-yin had always disliked Gu Nianji. However, hearing Gu Nianji angrily berate Gu Yenran today was strangely satisfying. This was exactly what Taizu once said. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Kai Song-yin laughed coldly and took out her phone to connect to the projector's control program. Then she quietly uploaded the 2-minute video she had just modified to the projector's player. Because all the electrical appliances in the Prime Minister's official residence were managed intelligently, other than the bedroom, the phone could be used to replace the remote control as long as a central control app was installed. Kai Song-yin had used this app to upload the 2-minute video. Then Kai Song-yin opened her secondary Weibo account and uploaded the 30-second close-up of Gu Yenran. The sound of Gu Nianji angrily berating Gu Yenran and threatening to skin her alive and sell her body was still echoing in everyone's minds. Gu Yenran's tearful appearance made many people sympathize with her. They felt that Gu Nianji was being too aggressive and overboard. At that moment, the projector that had dimmed earlier suddenly emitted a beam of light. It projected onto the screen in front and automatically started working. Everyone's eyes involuntarily followed the beam of light and looked at the projector's screen. In the blink of an eye, two people rolling around on the bed suddenly appeared on the white screen. The man's figure and face had been blurred, so no one could tell who it was at all. However, even if they could see it clearly, they couldn't be bothered to look because the woman's figure and face on the screen attracted everyone's full attention. Everyone only needed one glance to immediately recognize the woman rolling around the man like a snake. It was Gu Yenran. Yin Shixiang's eyes widened as he quickly looked around. Then he covered Ma Qiqi's eyes and said, "Don't look." Ma Qiqi was watching happily, so how could she not look? She stepped on it, and Yin Shixiang jumped away in pain. Only then could Ma Qiqi widen her eyes and watch the female lead's short video up close. The hall echoed with Gu Yanran's soft, coquettish sounds in bed. The people who had just thought Gu Nianji was being aggressive immediately changed their views. Because Gu Yanran was a hypocrite. If it weren't for this 18+ video, almost no one would have seen Gu Yanran's other side. Gu Yanran was already embarrassed from her argument with Gu Nianji. She never imagined that there would be an even more embarrassing thing waiting for her. Staring at her naked self on the large screen, Gu Yanran's vision darkened with the high contrast and extremely clear color resolution. She looked at Prime Minister Tan without hesitation, but he looked like he had seen a ghost. He stumbled and ran upstairs like he was escaping. Tan Guiren looked back at the screen and was also stunned. She covered her mouth as she stood on the spiral staircase, not knowing what to do. Only Kai Songyin walked down the spiral staircase step by step to the trembling Gu Yanran. Covering her mouth, she laughed. "Miss Gu, what are you doing? Today is little darling's birthday party. How could you be so careless as to release your private video and share it with everyone?" Gu Yanran couldn't take it anymore and turned to point at Gu Nianji. "You're too shameless. How could you release something like this just to deal with me? You're invading my privacy." In her anger, she even forgot to mention that it was someone else's Photoshop. Of course, it would be extremely difficult for her to say that someone had photoshopped such a high-resolution video. Of course, this had nothing to do with Gu Nianji. She rolled her eyes and immediately knew who was behind it. Spreading her hands, Gu Nianji said calmly, "Gu Yanran, don't get the wrong person. Why would I have something as dirty as yours? Take a good look at who the male lead is." This video was most likely done by the male lead's wife or girlfriend. Gu Yanran immediately understood that it wasn't Gu Nianji, but Kai Songyin. Looking at the video that was still playing on repeat, she was both embarrassed and angry. Rushing over, she frantically tried to turn off the projector, but for some reason, she couldn't turn it off. On the screen, she was still rolling over and over again. After the initial shock, the people in the hall found it more and more hilarious. The quick-witted people took out their phones to record it. Even if they didn't use their phones to record it, anyone who saw it would find it hard to forget the video that was playing on repeat, because it was so well done. Japan's special resources couldn't compare at all. There was also a moving soundtrack and emotional dialogue. Although the male lead was blurred out, it made the imagination even more relaxed. Amidst the chaos, He Zichu and Hu Xiaoheng walked in. Seeing the video being played in the hall, Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands unhappily and said with a stern face, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence, not a third-rate party. Please conduct yourselves with dignity." This was the first update. The double monthly votes would end in one day, so please vote if you have a monthly vote. At 1 p.m., 4,000 monthly updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to the Guanghan Palace Master and Xuanchuangbi for the 10,000 Qidian coins each yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 780. Hu Xiaoheng's voice was low and gentle, but it also had a captivating magnetism and a pressure that couldn't be ignored. He was already unusually handsome, so when he said it with a straight face, it only made people admire him and want to kneel before him. Gu Nianji's large and dark eyes looked over. Her gaze was as cold as obsidian soaked in ice water. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze swept over everyone in the hall before finally meeting Gu Nianji's eyes. They looked at each other across the hall, but it felt like they were separated by 1,000 mountains and rivers. Tan Gairen's heart instantly fluttered when she saw Hu Xiaoheng come and speak up for her. She secretly looked at Hu Xiaoheng and then at Gu Nianji, but she didn't see any change in their expressions. They were like two normal people who knew each other. Tan Guiren thought their emotions were too normal. They didn't look like a pair of lovers who were excited and happy to see each other. If he was my boyfriend, I would have pounced on him happily as soon as I saw him. I wouldn't have stood far away like nothing had happened and didn't even bat an eyelid, Tan Guiren thought silently, her gaze glued to Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Yanran also looked like she had seen her savior and quickly said to Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Xiao. They're too much. They're invading my privacy. Gu Nianji felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but touch her arm and move to the side. She wanted to break off her sisterhood with Gu Yanran again. She really couldn't handle how thick-skinned this person was. Hu Xiaoheng parted the crowd and walked towards Gu Nianji. This direction was also where Gu Yanran was. When she saw Hu Xiaoheng walking towards her, she was ecstatic. She was like a drowning person who finally had a piece of driftwood tossed to them from the shore. She would desperately grab onto the driftwood to float to the surface. When Gu Nianji saw Hu Xiaoheng walking over, she instinctively looked to the side. Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi were standing not far behind her. She quickly turned around and stood behind Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi. Don't turn around. Just stand there. Gu Nianji lowered her voice and threatened. Yin Shixiang wanted to laugh, but just as the corners of his mouth curled up, he saw Hu Xiaoheng striding over expressionlessly. He quickly lowered the corners of his mouth, and his expression became serious. Hu Xiaoheng walked quickly and calmly walked past Gu Yanran to Yin Shixiang. He didn't even look at Gu Yanran. He didn't even glance at her from the corner of his eyes. Gu Yanran bit her lip and said reluctantly, Hu Xiao. Are you really not going to do anything? This whole thing was all Nianji's doing. She knew it wasn't Gu Nianji, but at this time, Hu Xiaoheng would only intervene and help her solve the problem if Gu Nianji was involved. Otherwise, she would drag Gu Nianji down with her. Although they had broken up, Gu Yanran knew that men would always take care of their ex-girlfriends. She really had no other choice. Seeing that Prime Minister Tan was unreliable, she could only turn to Hu Xiaoheng to help her clean up the mess. As expected, Hu Xiaoheng turned around and looked at Gu Yanran coldly. What did you say? His voice wasn't loud, and his tone wasn't serious, but the aura in it was so oppressive that people couldn't raise their heads. Gu Yanran stared blankly at Hu Xiaoheng's face, which was so handsome that it made people want to worship him. She said sadly, Hu Xiao, Nianji committed such an outrageous and illegal act. Are you not going to uphold justice? Did she have to throw the blame on Gu Nianji? Kai Songyin didn't say anything at this time. She smiled widely as she watched Gu Yanran target Gu Nianji. She couldn't wait for these two sisters to tear each other apart as much as possible so they could solve her and her daughter's problem together. Hu Xiaoheng's face was full of impatience as he said coldly, Gu Yanran, you need evidence to speak. Don't make up nonsense in front of me. Hu Xiao, I didn't, listen carefully. I never hit women. I always shoot them to death, Hu Xiaoheng said coldly. He turned around and ignored her. He only glanced at Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang understood and quickly took out his phone to call the police. Yes, the Prime Minister's official residence. Someone is playing a restricted video here. Please come and investigate. Turn it off. Turn it off now. The staff in the lobby finally snapped out of their daze and rushed to the projector to turn off the video in a flurry. The heavy breathing and moaning, as well as the swaying of the bed, immediately disappeared from the lobby. Everyone was actually not used to it. Gu Yanran sighed in relief, but she didn't have the face to stay there any longer. Prime Minister Tan was unreliable and had already run away. As for Hu Xiaoheng, his gaze was too frightening. Especially when he said, "I never hit women. I always shoot them to death." It scared the soul out of Gu Yanran. She didn't dare to go near him again. She turned around to search for Yi Xian in the crowd and said in a trembling voice, "Xian. Xian. Where are you?" Yi Xian stood in the corner. His face was ashen, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. The beliefs he had held on to all these years were like a skyscraper about to collapse. They were tottering in front of him. His gaze wandered between Gu Yanran and Gu Nianji before landing more and more on Gu Nianji's side. Gu Nianji stood behind Yin Shixiang with her head lowered. She fiddled with the little tassels on her sleeves and looked like an obedient girl. It was as if the beautiful warrior girl who had been angry at Prime Minister Tan and Gu Yanran was just an illusion. At that moment, she suddenly felt a heavy gaze on her. Gu Nianji looked up and saw Yi Xian standing in the corner of the wall. He wasn't as calm and collected as he had been at the beginning, nor was he as confrontational as before. He just looked at her like that, his brown eyes filled with sorrow and regret that couldn't be dispelled. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. It looked like Gu Yanran's little wolf dog had fallen in love with her. Look at his grief-stricken face. But why is he staring at me? Could it be that he also thinks I secretly recorded that video? He really thinks too highly of me. Gu Nianji's gaze drifted over to Hu Shaoheng. As soon as Gu Yanran's video was played, Gu Nianji understood that it had to be Hu Shaoheng's doing. Also, Yin Shixiang had previously said that Hu Shao had prepared a big gift for them. She couldn't be so stupid as to not understand the double entendre. Did she really think it was a big gift? When Hu Shaoheng came in earlier, he sternly reprimanded everyone for having a level 3 party. It was really quite deceptive. The people who didn't know the truth would really think that Hu Shaoheng was there to uphold justice. Didn't Gu Yanran get tricked just now? Although Gu Nianji didn't know how the video ended up in Kai Songyin's hands, anyone with a brain could see who was the mastermind for it to be played at this critical juncture, especially when Kai Songyin had just come downstairs. However, Gu Yanran was even worse than a brainless person because she was still stupid and bold. She provoked people she shouldn't provoke and people she shouldn't associate with. Gu Nianji had already argued with her to this extent, but she still dared to get involved. But how could Hu Shaoheng be so easily provoked? Gu Nianji cursed silently as she glared back at Yi Xian, unwilling to be outdone. Yi Xian felt uncomfortable and turned his head to look away. He walked out of the hall in a daze. The Gu Yanran in the video just now was the Gu Yanran that Yi Xian was familiar with. He also knew that Gu Yanran didn't see him as a boyfriend, so he knew that she had spent the night with someone else. Although he felt uncomfortable, he didn't think too much about it. He always thought that once he successfully wooed Gu Yanran and made her agree to be his girlfriend, she would stop having affairs with other men. However, after watching the video today, he finally realized that he couldn't accept such behavior at all. She slept with him while maintaining such a relationship with another man. What was even more unacceptable was that he seemed to have mistaken her for someone else. 7 years ago, when the Gu family was in trouble and he rushed back, Gu Yanran hugged him and cried about how hard it was to support the Gu family alone. She also said many things that only he and the Miss Gu who had chatted anonymously would know. He thought she was the person who had chatted anonymously with him and the person who had saved him. Only now did he realize that he had been too naive. However, he had truly loved her. Even if he knew now that he had gotten the wrong person, his feelings couldn't be taken back so easily. However, he also despised himself for being so blind to use his feelings on such a person. He walked to the entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence. The street lamp at the entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence emitted a pale light that elongated Yi Xian's shadow. Gu Yanran realized that Yi Xian had already left and quickly followed him out. Everyone in the hall had different expressions as they watched the best actress of the night quietly leave. Kai Songyin looked at her back with disdain and thought to herself, there's still a wave of hot topics. You can slowly enjoy them. Hu Xiaoheng looked around and strolled behind Yin Shixiang to stand next to Gunyanji. He didn't look at her and put both hands in his trouser pockets. Looking up straight, he said calmly, "The new house is finished. Are you going back with me tonight, or should I go back with you?" This was the second update, and the monthly vote was 4,000 plus updates. The double monthly vote was going to end in one day, so please vote if you have a monthly vote. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. This is the Nyang 515 Fan Festival. If you want, you can click in and search for Records of Cambrian in the Discussion of the Gods section. The fan title, Cambrian Alliance, will appear. Mwah. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.